Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Sometimes it feels like this whole world's gone crazy. Grandpa, take me back to yesterday, with the lines between right and wrong didn't seem so hazy. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come one day? Was a promise really something people kept, or just something they would say? If families really bow their heads to pay, daddies really never go away. Oh, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Grandpa, everything is changing fast. Well, we call it progress, but I just don't know. Whoa, Grandpa, let's wander back into the past and paint me a picture of long ago. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come one day? Was a promise really something people kept, or just something they would say? If families really bow their heads to pray, daddies really never go away. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come one day. Was a promise really something people kept, not just something they would say and then forget? If families really bow their heads to pray, daddies really never go away. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days.
KUAMFM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my home and I'ma rep it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Chico is my city and I'll rep it till I die. Well, come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. It's 653, y'all better recognize. Well, Chico is my hometown. I'm from the 653, guaranteed I'm gonna hold it down. This song is for the gigolos. I put it on for my village and I'll show you how we really do. A Dapper Boomer stand up from Emsley to Matog. What channel the chance, dog, put it up. I'm riding through my village and we're chillin', bruh. To all my homies in back row, what's really good? I hear you haters talking, but keep on hater walking. It's 65-3, and we gon' keep it poppin'. Gigo is on the rise, you better recognize. And if you talking trash, we gonna black that eye. Now cruising down the Winston, then wipe our power states. Drinking and reminiscing, listening to this song play. What up to 505, Nisho to 506. What up to Gigo, throw it up and represent. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Gigo is my home and I'ma rep it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Gigo is my city and I'll rep it till I die. We'll come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. It's 653, y'all better recognize.
Every day's hit back and in my ville we keep it cracking, cause it feels like summertime and everybody is relaxing. Welcome to Gigo with the cliff line breeze blow. We pesca for Bernardo and the Pope and the heat trees grow. The weather's just right, that's why I'm loving my life. Left Cali in 06 with Candoza on a flight. Hopped out the plane and Gigo started to rain. It was 89 degrees, I thought the weather was insane, but I had to get back and adapt to my roots. I used to say, but now it's escalator shoot. Quick drives on my dog and Quicksilver on my feet. I used to spit the hypey music, now I flow the island beats. Up at 9 in the morning, everybody starts laughing. Turn on the radio, the malfunction show is cracking. I was raised in the north in the 653, home of the gigolos. With sick is where I be.
I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Gigo is my home and I'ma rep it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Gigo is my city and I'll rep it till I die. We'll come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. It's 653, y'all better recognize.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Yeah, you're looking at the truth, the money never lie. No, I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one. Early morning in the dawn, I know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one, yeah. And you're sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, don't run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Yeah. Now you what to mind, girl, when you walk up in my bedroom in the moonlit light, and the pretty little face will run up on the mic. When it makes me at, but tell me to rather be without you beside me. Say that you love me, never gonna leave me. Loving you up to the mountain, we just can't pay. You and me, my baby darling, in my black Escalade with my window rolled down, play a hate. Oh yeah, you're looking at the truth, the money never lie. No, I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one. Early morning in the dawn, I know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one, yeah. And you're sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, don't run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. no girl could make my fuck her like they do. When you see me walking by me, no say yelling girl crew. Baby girl, I see you and you see me. Me never run without me click, me claim the J.R.C. Me and girl never forget to tell her for on me. Me and girl never ever leave me lonely. No matter how hard me try, make it never go away. No other girls in the world could make top I come feel this way. So yeah, you're looking at the truth, the money never lie. No, I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one. Early morning in the dawn, I know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one, yeah. And you're sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, but run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Abakamolola masama ikava masitake tokini kirinu alu mesasi tasi tasi tete metasi tasi tasi. Abakamolola masama ikava masitake tokini kirinu alu mesasi tasi tasi tete metasi tasi tasi. Me saw sawidi take tele and me saw sawidi 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 sawidi. Yeah, you're looking at the truth, the money never lie. No, I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one. Early morning in the dawn, I know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one, yeah. And you're sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, don't run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah. Oh, eh, oh, 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 eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the one. Oh, eh, oh, eh, oh. I'm the only one. Don't you know, girl? Don't you know, girl? I am the one for you. Don't you know, girl? Don't you know, girl? I am the one for you. Don't you know, girl? Don't you know, girl? I am the one for you. I am the one.
Rosinha uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big is la sen para Toru'i tempu'i pas Paraita Zanginin ilangin na bendition Contra biligo na falsafuam Zeus proteis langmon Contra biligo na falsafuam Zeus proteis langmon
It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. It's alright, everything will be okay. When the sunrise, dark turns to light. Even when It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina Sauce Mantanani.
Good morning, Christopher.
Right on. What up, Jay?
Good morning. Should we start referring to each other by our first name and middle name? No, probably not, because
No. Yeah,
only your grandparents can do that, and only when you're in trouble.
We're good.
Jason Arthur, get over here. I was like, oh boy.
Whoa.
My first Chamorro word from my grandparents was toka.
Yeah.
That's how
You
I
thought
knew.
that was your name growing up, right?
No, I knew I was in trouble if that happened.
I thought my name was Sana de Lanio Cristobal Tatlu. That's what I thought my name was.
How did you know you were in trouble, Bree?
She never got in trouble.
Just the vault. Yeah, she never got.
Bree never got in trouble, right?
Oh, yes, I did.
Joser, how did you know you were in trouble with your parents?
When I get called Federico.
Oh, they called him only by his middle name, Federico, because he's Joseph Frederick.
Nice. Good morning. What's up? 623 Wednesday, July 14th. 1 week away from Liberation Day. And today, they'll name a vaccine winner.
Week 5.
Yeah, week 5. That's coming up later on the Gov's Facebook page.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
going to be at 3 o'clock, and of
Right.
course, we'll share it.
And then next week, we're doing the finale.
Yes.
Right on.
Looking forward to that. Man, I really want to see that drone show. You know, we were talking with Mayor Alec the other day.
Yeah.
I had to research like a little bit. Those things are awesome. I mean,
Okay.
I would love to do the program.
I talked to Victorious about the drone thing.
Because he
over-
is a drone pilot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so he's a drone pilot, and there's like all these places like you can't fly the drone because of FAA,
Yeah.
and there's some places where it won't even take off. And then like for the bases, they have this gun that if your drone flies over whatever boundaries they have, they shoot this gun at it, and your drone just dies and it
Yeah.
just falls.
They call that Aegis Junior.
Well,
If you're stupid
That's fully
ass
funded,
flies a
right,
drone,
Bree?
I mean, first of all, you shouldn't be flying. Why would you
is
fly?
the drone defense system fully funded?
Why would you fly like a drone over like near a military base anyway? You're just asking for that kind of thing to happen.
Right, yeah.
Respect the military.
Good morning. The show's brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E. Good morning. Here's who's coming up on the show. We're the whole legislature practically at 7:30. 8 o'clock we'll do our in-depth news. 8:30 John Fernandez. 8:45 Dr. Hoa Wen. 9, Department of Agriculture. 9:30, we'll do the greater good with our friends at Guam Windward Memorial.
We have some friends from Georgia in the Zoom room this morning. We got Moody Air Force Base checking in comment. Did I say in the Zoom room? I meant in comments. Okay. In comments, Moody Air Force Base is checking in. Good morning, Moody. Speaking of Air Force bases, good morning to all of our Chamorros, Filipinos, servicemen, people who have ties to Guam in Moody Air Force Base and Columbus, Georgia.
Wow. Who else we got on the Facebook, Bree?
Of course, our good friend Debbie Davis.
Yep.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good
I'm
morning,
looking
Mama
at
Burr.
Napa Valley. Enjoy like a nice.
Nice Chianti.
I don't know what. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about wine. Well,
Thanks,
Chris,
Thanks, Bree.
You're welcome.
Bree knows a lot about wine. Chris knows how to wine.
Yeah,
Right.
I do. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for that.
About the All Rise Act.
Is that what you call it? Kat Canbora Buenas from Washington.
Annie Bonds. Good morning and Hafaday, Guam from Killeen, Texas.
Do you
Stay
say
safe, everyone?
Is the way you say it like if you're from Texas, do you say Killeen or Killeen?
Or you
I'm
say
not from Texas.
Ghislaine. She's from Oklahoma.
How would you say it as a proud Oklahoman? Would you say Killeen or Killeen?
Killeen.
Like do you say Detroit, or if you're Adriana Cotero who's going home, Detroit, or if you want to be even more factually correct, Detroit.
No.
Tony Martinez. Good morning, Guam.
Hi, Glenn. Over there in Chalampago.
What's up, Nanny Poodles?
Happy Hump Day.
I saw Glenn out at dinner Saturday. You know, now that he's got that Half a Day podcast, he's balling out. He's eating at Roy's.
Wow.
Made it big. By the way, check out our KUAM podcast network. Jay, where can they avail of all the different podcasts? Because you just did one yesterday.
Yeah, so and I'm editing it. Ken and I did a podcast about movies that are coming out, what the pandemic has meant to the movie industry with streaming, with video on demand, what's coming up on broadcast and everything like that. That's probably going to drop tomorrow. We're editing a couple things, and that was a lot of fun, and we haven't done that in a while. We talked about Black Widow. We talked about some of the documentaries we've watched. I was actually going on about length about the documentary on Amazon. It's called Street Gang, the story behind Sesame Street, and it is phenomenal. And that's going to come out tomorrow on the KUAM Podcast Network. So make sure, easiest way to go, just go to KUAM.com and then put your mouse over where it says listen right up at the top, and then just click on podcast, and you can link up your podcast application, whether you're on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, anything. Oh,
Wow.
Speaking of Glenn, he also said the phrase that he knew he was in trouble, Sana Biskutsu.
Yep, that's a classic one.
That's vintage.
Good morning, Antonga Inoawan. Good morning, KUM News. Good morning to you, Angel P. Quintanilla Castro, always watching the link. Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning. Madam Laguatnia. Elizabeth Agagi, first one in this morning. Good morning, you guys.
Today's road, of course, always checking in.
Also, we have from Luta, Ivan Takamine Mereb.
All right.
Half a day watching from Luta. There you go. Doris and Nicholas, good morning. Awesome KUAM News team.
Did I ever tell you, Chris, one of the most fun, and like when I was in ROTC for all 4 years in high school, I was in color guard. So, we marched in every single village, village fiesta. They have like parades through the villages. We did the Liberation Day parade, like a lot. But we also got the opportunity when we won the drill meet over the summer. It was the color guard from Sanchez.
What year were you guys champions, Jay?
We won in '91.
Wow.
And then we went out and we represented Guam.
1991?
1991.
Wow.
That far back, yeah. So it was the color guard from Sanchez, it was us. It was the armed drill team from GW, Aces High. Those guys. Remember Aces High?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And then the unarmed drill team from GCC. And with those patent leather shoes, and man, those guys were sharp.
Man, how does the unarmed drill team spin the rifle, though? That's crazy.
No, they don't. It's unarmed. No, but my point is, like, one of the best village fiestas that we ever got the chance to march in and bear, the flag of Guam was in Rota.
Wow.
Wonderful celebration.
Bro, do you remember back in the day when Rota Fiesta was like the fiesta?
Yeah.
People from Guam would get on their boats and they go over to Rota. But, there was a pandemic. It's awesome. Rota's awesome. CNMI rules. You guys are awesome. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Gina Maldonado. Good morning from North Carolina. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Basketball, barbecue, good rap music out of North Carolina. North Kakalaki, right?
What? Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Bree.
Really good med school down there.
Yeah, there is. Right on. Let's go ahead and get into the news now before Jason takes us any further.
So, well, Glenn, Nenny Poodles, by the way, Bree says, good morning. Specifically, then tags Sabrina Salas Matanani. Your category is pretty in pink realness.
Ian. Hi, baby.
But that's a very nice mask, by the way. What is that?
What is that? What kind of counterfeit mask is that?
I'm not sure.
Is that Disney princess?
It looks like counterfeit Disney. Can we get Customs on the line?
They can search me again.
Bree got friends at Customs. They like her. They're like, come over here, girl. It's 6:31. Let's go and get into the news now.
You got weed in that bag, girl?
Yeah, she does. You got to check her lipstick container.
Please, he's just kidding.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm kidding. Right on. Yeah. It's actually in the blush. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get into the news now from the KUAM News team. As we start our show here on the Link on Facebook Live and, of course, the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Hafaday, everybody. Here's what's making island news. It wasn't the typical sentencing of a drug dealer in district court. Chief Judge Francis Tadenko Gatewood issued a decision in order calling out the U.S. Attorney's Office and federal law enforcement officials. Tyler Matanani reports.
It was in December 2019. Richard Kapassin Jr. was busted after attempting to pick up a package at the Guam main facility in Barrigada. The package contained over 1,000 grams of meth with a street value of over $500,000. His arrest was caught on camera, with the video making its rounds on social media. Kapassin eventually signed a plea agreement to provide additional information on other cases in exchange for a lesser sentence. Today marked an 8th attempt at his sentencing. And here's where Chief Judge took issue with the feds. According to her decision and order, Kapassin, as part of his deal, cooperated in that he provided names and detailed information of more than 12 individuals alleged to be involved in the local drug trade. He also provided information relating to 3 potential public corruption activities on Guam, including details about criminal activities in which local government employees in 3 separate government entities may be committing. The Chief Judge noted in her order that federal law enforcement agencies weren't sharing information, communicating, and for the most part, Kapassin's information went unvetted. Gatewood went so far as singling out prosecutor Stephen Leon Guerrero and DEA resident agency in charge Ken Bowman for their lack of courtroom decorum, candor, and leadership in handling this case. Quote, "First and foremost, both individuals displayed unprofessional conduct during several of the sentencing hearings. Rather than responding to the court's questions, they both appeared to be nonchalant, with both going so far as laughing for unknown reasons during their testimony and argument." The judge, in her written order issued today, stated it was meant to send a strong message that the United States is one government, not 5 mini-governments, not the United States of the Attorney General's office, not the United States of the Drug Enforcement Agency, not the United States of the Postal Inspection Service, not the United States of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and not the United States of Homeland Security Investigations. Judge Gatewood adding there is an expectation of leadership, communication, coordination, and investigation, to name a few. During today's sentencing hearing, Kapassin said in his statement, quote, "I'd like to apologize to the public, especially my family, for the role I played for distributing meth to the island. I know I was wrong, but I'm not a criminal. I'm a drug dealer, and I suffer from a drug problem." However, while on release after pleading guilty, Kapassin began missing drug tests and even provided diluted samples on 3 occasions. He also started failing to participate in his required substance abuse therapy and even admitted to using drugs while on release. Chief Judge Francis Tadenko Gatewood responded, quote, "I think you're both a criminal and a drug addict. You have to want to get yourself on track. And if you really wanted to get help, Why didn't you during that time you were on release? Ultimately, he was sentenced to 61 months of imprisonment with credit for time served with a 5-year supervised release. The court also set a judicial recommendation for Gapassin to serve his time in an Oregon facility and participate in drug treatment, vocational, and educational programs. He must also serve 100 hours of community service after imprisonment. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Wow. Okay, with more news, here's Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Some 79 local businesses received more than $15 million from the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. The Small Business Administration released the final statistics today on the program designed to boost the once struggling food and beverage industry. The SBA report also shows 12 companies in the CNMI received some $1.9 million in RRF funding. Separately, the SBA released national employment figures, which show that 46% of small business owners reported job openings they couldn't fill. The statistics also show that about 40% of these businesses raised compensation levels and another 26% also plan on increasing wages. Total employment is still about 8 million below the 2020 peak. It's a jaw-dropping figure. All total, the government of Guam has received more than $3 billion in federal pandemic-related assistance. The numbers were reported by administration officials during a meeting at the legislature Monday. KUM's Nestor Lecanto has the breakdown.
Good afternoon.
Not $1 billion, not $2 billion, but $3.5 billion is what local government, local businesses, and local residents have received in various forms of pandemic assistance from Uncle Sam for fiscal years 2020 and 2021. Those were the staggering numbers reported during the Special Economic Service meeting. Paul Pablo, Deputy Tax Commissioner at Rev and Tax, has the breakdown for the 3 economic impact payments.
With EIP 1 and 2, those are combined in one trust fund. And the amount that we received from Treasury is $245.8 million. Then I can move to EIP 3. The amount we received from Treasury is $216 million, $216.9 million.
Gary Hiles, chief economist at the Department of Labor, breaks down the pandemic unemployment assistance payments.
Approximately $500 million was spent in calendar year 2020, and this fiscal year, so far, $353 million. So since this fiscal year isn't over, it looks like it's tracking to be almost similar to the last calendar year of probably something a little under $500 million.
Gita was not available to report on the grants and other assistance to local businesses, but Budget Director Lester Carlson had the grand totals for all the pandemic relief funding. First, there was the CARES Act.
For a total of $1,759,195,878.
Then there was the CRISA Act, or Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act.
For a total of $499,227,034.
And finally,
the last one, it says American Rescue Plan on it, with a grand total of $1,286,162,143.
Again, all total, that's a whopping $3.5 billion. Not all has been spent yet, though. Carlson says that a spending plan for the ARP money was not yet available. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Thousands of U.S. military troops are arriving for 2 major training exercises over the next few weeks. The first, Dove Forager 21, began on Monday and will run through August 6. Here's Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby.
Approximately 4,000 U.S. personnel are directly participating in Forager 21. This exercise will consist of several major events, to include an 82nd Airborne operation, a bilateral airborne operation with the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force and 1st Special Forces Group, an AH-64 helicopter live fire exercise, multi-domain operations including movements of Strykers, Avengers, and high-mobility artillery rocket systems, and modernization efforts in the space and cyber domains.
The Air Force also announced that some 800 airmen and 35 aircraft will be deployed to Guam and the CNMI this month for Pacific Iron. The exercise will include simulated combat flight operations from Anderson, Northwest Field, the Guam International Airport, and the Tinian Airport. In other news, following a change of plea hearing in Judge Arthur Barcena's courtroom, 47-year-old Richard Ignacio Uggan will be spending the next 10 years behind bars for 2 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. In July of 2020, Uggan was arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting or attempting to sexually assault 4 children over the span of several years. As we reported, the victim ages ranged between 7 and 15 during the time of the alleged incidents. The victims and their mother were consulted about the plea agreement negotiations. Uggan will self-surrender and begin his prison sentence in a week. He must also register as a level 1 sex offender. Lastly, he will not be entitled to early parole. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
A 75-year-old man marks the island's 142nd COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, he had underlying health conditions and was pronounced dead on arrival at GMH at about 10:48 yesterday morning. The JIC adds that he was unvaccinated and also tested positive Tuesday. Additionally, there are 13 new positive COVID cases. The results are from only 539 tests performed on the 12th. 4 cases were identified through contact tracing. GDOE also reports that 4 students have tested positive, 1 student each at Juan M. Guerrero Elementary and Mauricio Martires Memorial Elementary School, and 2 students attending Tietzen High. To date, there have been a total of 8,467 officially reported cases of COVID-19. 113 cases are in isolation, and more than 8,200 have recovered. A total of 6 people are hospitalized, with 1 receiving ICU level of care. The CAR scores climbed to 1.4. As for vaccinations, a total of 92,611, or 77% of adults, have been fully immunized in the territory. All public school students will receive up to $1,300 to purchase food by August. Once again, here's Isaiah Uggan.
There are some 28,000 Guam Department of Education students that will benefit from the pandemic EBT program. The program is similar to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP or Food Stamp, which will enable the recipient to purchase food, according to GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez.
So the pandemic EBT program basically authorizes the Guam Department of Education and DODEA, actually, because both of entities that participate in the National School Lunch Program, to be able to give out these PEBT cards to our students, basically in order to address the fact that over the past year and a half, schools have been shut down, and there's a recognition that it's been harder for our students, our families, to access their school lunch, breakfast, school lunch and breakfast while schools have been shut down.
The benefits for DODEA will be a lot less because they were doing online instructional learning for a shorter time period. Recipients of the free and reduced lunch for DODEA will be the only ones benefiting from the program. Unlike DODEA, all students, including recently graduated seniors enrolled into the 41 GDOE schools during last year, are eligible for the program.
Because we are a National School Lunch Program participant, and also because we took advantage of the community eligibility provision, through which we were able to feed all students at no cost. Based on that, it turns out that the PEBT benefit is now would be able to go to all students.
However, students who were enrolled into GDOE but withdrew before the start of the school year do not qualify for the program. The PEBT cards are anticipated to be distributed to each GDOE student per household from August to September, and it will be loaded 3 to 4 times in different amounts. The card is expected to have up to 1,000 $200 to $1,300 and will be valid for 365 days, which means it won't expire until 1 year from the date issued.
And so you don't have to spend it all at once. You can take these cards and then use it to purchase food for up to a year after the issuance.
There will be no applications that need to be turned in for the program. The Department of Public Health and Social Services and GDOE are still working to finalize the details.
My understanding is that the team is working through the details of how to get this program up and running. That'll include, how to distribute the cards, giving the information to the families as to when the benefits will be loaded onto those cards so that you can use them at the stores, and then also setting up hotlines to be able to answer any questions that might come up in preparation for this program being launched.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Ugin.
Pfizer says a third coronavirus booster shot may be needed, but health officials remain unconvinced. This comes as the Delta variant is spreading quickly in the U.S. Natalie Brand has more details from the White House.
Pfizer is meeting with U.S. health officials today as it prepares to seek an emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 booster shot.
I think we need to start the process here in the United States, and that's really what Pfizer, the company I'm on the board of, is trying to do. We're doing these studies. We're going to be submitting that information to the Food and Drug Administration, asking for authorization to provide a third booster should it be needed.
They have study and data that we will go over with them to determine if there's anything there that we need to use.
Dr. Anthony Fauci reiterated the current CDC recommendation, saying that fully vaccinated Americans do not need a third booster shot at this time. The concern remains for those who are not yet fully vaccinated, as the number of new coronavirus cases is once again on the rise in the U.S. Over the past week, new cases are up by 66%, and infection rates are rising in more than 36 states. More than half of all new cases are from the Delta variant, which is even more transmissible than the original strain.
We're concerned about those regions of the country, those states, those areas, those cities in which the level of vaccination is really quite low, hovering around 30% or so.
Researchers at Georgetown University found 5 under-vaccinated regions, which they say could lead to new virus mutations capable of defeating current vaccines, putting the entire nation at risk. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And with your news in Chamorro, here's Kin Concepcion.
Buenas updates to get soon to be tuned tomorrow in the KUAM News. Presentan ni Familian Mizo, the First Hawaiian Bank. 79 na business siya ginigit sa Guam sa man-receive mas 15 milyon pesos ginaji Restaurant Revitalization Fund. Small Business Administration pa di SBA sa ma-release ito na numero siya no adyo na programa ni madesigna para managawa sa dalanto gyaji business tumotso dyan gumimen dyan ni industrial gimen yung affectan ni Senad din ni pandemic. Ma-report ni SBA na 12 na kompanya giyasiya na may sa ma-receive 1.9 milyon pesos ginadyo na sloppy. Gisi ni para na report ma-release ni SBA numero por todo entre Estados Unidos na 40% na dueno ni dikiki na business siya naman mababado nebo sa managwaha tsotso lote sina mamanyoda empleyao. Azo na numero siya sa anog lokwi na 40% guihi siya na business sa man mahat sa inapas paresti siya na empleyao. 26% sa maplanenya na para mahat sa lokwi iso do ni empleyao. Ipo todo ni man matsotso so 8 milyon menos dan sa ginakumpara ni parewa na tempo gimapos na sakan. Otro na asunto punmit siya na tropan militar sa performato magiguan para di medzot na training exercise giman mamayla siya na semana. Ifinit na sa mga agang Forager 21 imatutuhon gi Lunes so fakpo gidya 6 gi Agosto. Spokesman para Pentagon si John Kirby asangan na kasi 4,000 na personal Amerikano sa Provençano gi Forager 21. Adto sa konsistigwi ni mansendang kulo na sinisedi siya no sumano ay operasyon ni 82nd Airborne dyan ground defense na tropa ginin Hapon dyan 1st Special Forces na grupo dyan AH-64 helicopter live fire training exercise multitude na klase na operasyon siya ni sumano ay kinalamtin ni Strikers, Avengers dyan high mobility artillery rocket na sistema. Dyan ni nadalanto ni sistema ni Space and Cyber na domain siya. Maanunsya loko ni Air Force na 800 na airmen dyan 35 na bagkonairi so pa ma-deploy magiguan dyan ni siya na may pago na mes para Pacific Iron. Adun exercise training sa Sumana simulated combat flight operations kin Anderson in Northwest Field, Guam International Airport, sa ni airport gizatinian. Gimas, kana 120 milyon pesos ang slapi para di mananangga ni para mabesa di Aegis Ashore Missile Defense System sa siniha manamanyo. Lami gana rin report in media masangan na House Appropriators pago na semana na para manamanyo adyo na System and Defense Missile para guahan. Masaya masasensugon muna ni maaga si Indo-PACCOM na siyempre sisu para Pacific Deterrence Initiative. I-Aegis Ashore na sistema sa nagwahaseng kapalis na pernite para isla kontra China. I-member na doon na komite sa manaano na menos rason niya ni fetsan este na sistema no san migay sa nason niya pa di Department of Defense ni tamanagwa mas impormasyon para siya no half a David yung masuporti. Yuto mo pago na Merkules gan ni KUAM News. Después de tener like any plenary hearing given in West Arthur Barcinas, si Richard Ignacio Agon, 47 años na edad, sa puro mapreso para 10 años na tempo por 2 cuenta na segundo grado na criminal sexual conduct no primer grado na felony. Di Julio na mes, gimapos sa sakan, maaresta si Agon, sa matake po sexual assault, tampo da ketsagi sexual assault kontra 4 na famaguon and 3 años na tempo siya. During report ni KUAM, dari biktima siya sa 17 años hasta 15 años na edad. Anay masuseries ti siya na kinanta DC. Ibiktima siya din inanan niya sa masangani po di plea agreement na kontrata. Pero surrender ko siya agon giyon semana na tempo para tutuin ni masintensyon niya. Debelo ko na lihestragwi na level 1 sex offender. Imas, ti siya no masot taf-taf para parole. Para Guam News Network, Guasikin Conception.
Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheladi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, better together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Ay sinati untungu tagi tiningo puthagu jatiwa saka hau dangin undingu lohuli hau gipanyi zahan lagu gi matamu zahapata tu maski pabel sangan lo tu hongi telu na pon na puti du na pagu ni gwahu gagagi magagi fionmu aku magi ga pagan dadu sangon ni istura tahabu zamu aku magi ga pagan dadu sangon ni istura tahabu zamu ai sinati unhongi nai kura sonhuku makati ai putagu ai lohagu itelu ai
You know what'll be pretty cool right about now, Jake? Like, let's say we're, I don't know, it's kind of crazy, but let's say we wanted to have like a office. Can I say the P word on the show? Office party?
Oh, well, you know, this
Yeah.
early in the morning, there are around maybe 14, 15 people
Yeah.
in the building, maybe
Yeah.
until about 9 o'clock or so.
So
That's a nice number.
I wish there was a contest where you could enter to win office lunch party for about 15 people.
That would be sweet. Wait a minute. You know, there is.
What? Jay, don't play. This is the link, bro. We're accurate in here.
So how can I make this knowledge work for me?
Take it away, ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
so-
Jason Solis.
So there is something going on that will deliver that very experience to you. Our friends at Uno Go and participating restaurants of their very fine network, they want to give you the office party to beat all office parties. You and 14 of your coworkers, assuming that you involve yourself. You guys, every Friday, there'll be a different restaurant that is going to basically provide you with all the fixins, enough food to give you guys the nourishment to continue on and do what you do now that you're back in the office. The first one is going to be this Friday, and it's going to be none other than Lone Star Steakhouse.
Bam!
Steak.
That's it. Bread.
Yeah. Bread.
Yep, with the butter, right? Mm.
Yeah, so Uno Go and starting with Lone Star this Friday, they're going to deliver lunch too. So remember, Uno Go is all about, making sure deliveries, wherever they operate, you can get it straight to your office. All you got to do for up to 15 people is three phases here. One, register as a user either on Uno Go's website or on their mobile app. Just check Google Play or the iOS App Store for that. So register. Also, follow them on Instagram or Facebook, and then whichever platform you use both. Just hedge your bets, right? You're a smart business person. And then 3, send Uno on either or both platforms a DM and let them know what your name is, your contact email address, your phone number, your office, and your location. And if you are selected, you are going to be the employee, and this will definitely endear you to HR. You are going to be the person who is responsible for tricking out your office with an amazing lunch from Lone Star Steakhouse. Who would not want to come to work and partake of that?
You will be the person.
Okay, and
of
it's
your
not
workplace.
GovGuam payday this week because Mr. Burns said it was last week.
Yeah.
So hey, there's a lot of you who get paid this weekend. Save your money. Have one of do this on behalf of your company. Register. Do all the steps like with Uno Go and everything like that. And good luck to you because you and a team of 14 other people could have a righteous lunch. From Lone Star Steakhouse.
A tricked out righteous lunch. Jay.
Yeah.
And we're going to be naming a winner on Friday.
And by the way, if you have like the food coma thing for the rest of the afternoon, blame Chris.
Yeah, that's fine. Or you could just be like, could be COVID, got to go home for
There
the
you
afternoon.
Okay. Also,
yeah.
We also want to mention Mayor Luis Rivera, my mayor from Tatuha, of course.
My mayor.
Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon. She's puts out a advisory that maintenance work is going to take place from 9 in the morning until high noon today, speaking of lunchtime, on Ipa Road from SDA Clinic to the Hilton. That's not a very long strip of road, but for people that frequent that place, and there are quite a bit of you, that is going to slow traffic down considerably, particularly because that portion of the road will be closed, so you got to go all the way around. Either go up JFK Hill, go around what used to be the old GMH, whatever you got to do. But that part of the road is going to be closed due to maintenance 9 to 12 over in Tamuning.
Right on. Good morning. We had a couple of clips left from this public hearing on Bill 112. Wanted to play a couple testimonies as at around 7:30 this morning. Getting the speaker, Senator Tello, Senator Joanne, Senator Chris Duenas. We got John Fernandez, the education superintendent, and then we'll catch up with Dr. Hoa Wen. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 2-part convo about the return to P-Core 4. When was the last time we were in P-Core 4?
When they announced
December maybe or March of 2020. Prior to that,
Oh, yeah,
because we
yeah,
went
yeah.
into
So we haven't
the state
been-
of emergency.
Wait, were we ever in P-Core 4 when they announced the pandemic condition of readiness system, or did they just say here are categories now we're starting out?
Yeah,
in
see,
3?
the problem with
whenever that P-Core system was announced.
Yeah.
But remember when it was announced, they set out these parameters,
Mhm.
which they then didn't follow. But what is that they say? Oh, it's rapidly evolving. Like if you were to take the P cores and what they each mean and look at them now and compare them to how we moved through them over the pandemic, you'll see that it was a metric that they put out that they later pretty much didn't adhere to.
And because
Hence the phrase that was coined right here on the link. Bree,
P-Corps Fun?
P-Corps Fun. That's right.
Because
That's
yeah,
right.
and I think
That was Sabrina, by the way. Sabrina has got a knack. I mean, you know, I thought I had a knack of coming up with a little catchy song, but Sabrina.
Bree's come up with some bangers over the years.
P-Corps Fun. She does some bangers. P-Corps Fun, that's a banger,
She
Bree.
came up with familiar faces. Anything that has like alliteration, Bree probably did it like here over the years.
Crimes without convictions.
Yeah.
I like Chaggy Tomorrow.
Chaggy
There you go.
Chamorro. That's a very... that's quite the double entendre. Chaggy Tomorrow. Okay. Sorry.
Now correct me if...
That's how you thought of it, right? That's how it's supposed to be? It's on the delivery, Bree. Chaggy Tomorrow. Yeah, that should be our slogan.
You can tell the segments that Chris had because it's like investigating dumps with Chris Barnett.
As
Chris
long as
Barnett
Chris
investigates.
Barnett.
Produced by Chris Barnett.
Thanks, Jay.
Written by Chris Barnett.
Right on.
No, but correct me if I'm wrong though. But you're right. The original criteria for the P-Corps levels was modified because I believe they were saying the return to P-Corps 4 when they first announced the system would be when it was. I mean, not the virus wouldn't be eradicated, off the face of the
Well,
planet.
P-Corps 4, what it used to mean was schools are open and everything is pretty much open. Right.
Yeah.
Remember? Or was P-Corps 3? I don't know. All I know is they come up with stuff and then they have to change it because it's rapidly evolving.
P-Corps 4, I think, dealt more with the availability of
Of a
vaccines.
you're right. That's right. Good job. So it's 7:06. Yeah, so I guess we may be going into P-Corps 4, which I was looking at the comments on
Possibly a week from now.
on our KUAM News Facebook page, and I was surprised because a lot of the comments were, "No, Governor, don't do it," right? And I think maybe it's because we've had these recent surge of positive COVID-19 cases. Bree, what were you saying yesterday?
Which?
Over the last week?
According to the SIT report, which, or not SIT report,
JIC.
the surveillance report
Right,
that's
yeah.
posted on DPHSS Guam.gov, it said that I believe there were
67, I think, or something
COVID cases in the past 7 days.
Right, and then we had the 13 from yesterday. Right, so it's
Which was reported
78.
last night,
right,
23 the night before that.
Right, yeah. So we're definitely seeing the.
This one is actually
some
every
positives.
day. So as of July 13th, is today the 13th?
14th.
14th. So past 7 days, July 13th, there have been 73 confirmed cases. Well, that includes the 13.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, guys. So
And again, the car score now 1.4.
1.4. Say it ain't so.
Macaulay Culkin.
I'm sorry, just
Macaulay
one-
Culkin could sue you for that.
1.4 of anything, it doesn't scare me. But just be vigilant. You know what I mean? Wash your hands. Watch your distance. Boy, that's a throwback. And wear your mask. There's a little bit of a flip-flop Zori, the governor, did because she went on that economic forum and she had told the business community that, yeah, she was thinking about easing the mask mandate. But now she's done a 180 on that. And I think she came out recently and said that they're kind of rethinking that idea. With the Delta variant continuing to surge across the states, right, it's a little alarming. And we've also got people can come into Guam with a negative test, skip quarantine, where we've got tourists coming in. So it's definitely busy. And I think when you read the comments on Facebook, because, I don't know if it's just our audience, but they tend to be a little more conservative with the COVID, right? Our listeners were like, yeah, we've got to stay home. We got to do what we can to keep our families safe. And so you see that kind of reflected in the comments is a lot of people are saying, oh, is this the right time? That's probably going to happen for liberation. See how they timed it? It's like time of liberation and the vaccination effort, which has been tremendous, let's be honest.
And if you missed it when Bree was reading news at the top of the show, if you're wondering about the vaccination number, as of last night, 92,611 Guamanians have been vaccinated. That's about 77.15% of
Wow.
adults on Guam. have now been inoculated. 77.15%.
And goal of herd immunity, 80%.
80.
Doesn't it seem, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I remember when we'd bring on Dr. Peter Lombard last year, and he would talk about this unicorn of herd immunity, right? It was just like, herd immunity, what are we talking about that for? We just had 17 positives and, 6 deaths in a week. And I remember it just sounded like so far off, and I remember thinking when he said that, like, yeah, right, that'll be the day. Yet, here we are. So let's go ahead and play a couple of these clips here. This first clip here is from California Attorney Ed Lear. And this is from the public hearing on Bill 112. We know that the speaker had talked about possibly adding another public hearing or an informational hearing or a roundtable or whatever, but she's coming on with a gang of senators, so we'll find out about that. And then other stuff. There's other stuff going on in session, too, in case you didn't know, that we'll talk about. But in the meantime, here's some testimony opposing Bill 112 from Attorney Ed Lear.
Thank you. My name is Ed Lear. I am a California attorney. I was brought out here from Los Angeles to share with you my perspective. I am somebody who has solved problems on behalf of the legal community and the medical community for years, including helping to solve problems that are legal of nature in Guam. Currently, I sit as a chair of a Blue Ribbon Commission for the California State Bar to analyze the effectiveness of laws. And I think that might be my most interesting qualification to speak today. I also serve as an arbitrator and as a judge pro tem in Southern California. I've been hired by the Guam healthcare provider community to facilitate a solution. I was not hired to advocate a position. I'm here to provide perspective. Next slide, please. I reviewed in the work that I did the legislative intent, and with that, I have no issue. I think that it's a worthy legislative intent. I think that everybody on all sides wants a fair and balanced solution for all parties involved. I also note that an objective and an intent is to prevent the filing of meritless claims. And I take great note in that because I think that serves all sides. Next slide, please. In my overview, I looked at the law, the proposed law, and I was struck in particular by one thing, and that's that the process begins after the filing of a complaint. And I take issue with that because of the severe and profound consequence that would have on medical care providers. So essentially what you're saying here is that the process starts with the filing of a medical malpractice claim in the court. That becomes a reportable event to a doctor. It is mandatory to report that to your insurer, and it's mandatory to report that to your licensing board. That is to the great detriment of any medical care provider on Guam. And I wanted to point that out. It's probably what jumped out at me most and was most problematic. I'm also troubled by the referral to the magistrate judge for pretrial screening. In essence, what the proposed law is creating is 2 trials. And the magistrate judge is somebody who likely will not have medical training and is somebody who will likely need to adjudicate a matter with expert witnesses on both sides. So in that regard, I don't see that there's any efficiency or effectiveness in the way that rule is set up, with the magistrate judge being the first to review the case. I further note the comments from the Chief Justice, who indicates in his letter that there is not an ability for the court system to add a third magistrate justice at this point, or a third magistrate, and that could take up to a year to implement, both in terms of training and in terms of the cost of adding a magistrate judge, especially in light of the backlog from the pandemic, and in particular the backlog that was caused with respect to eviction cases. I further note that the magistrate judge has to decide the case after a review of testimony, medical records, x-rays, test results, and treatises. That's not an easy process. My experience with medical malpractice and observation is in the California courts, and I see almost uniformly that a medical malpractice case takes 1 to 2 years before it goes to trial. There is extensive discovery that includes medical records, includes expert witness testimony, and what I see this bill doing, like I said earlier, is creating 2 trials and not 1, so that we would have the magistrate process that would essentially demand the entire panoply of the discovery that you would have in a regular malpractice case, and you would also have the expert witness expense that would be necessary. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. The magistrate judge, under the proposed new bill, would have to determine whether evidence supports malpractice, whether there is a material issue of fact, and whether the conduct was or was not a factor in the damages. That's essentially the job of any trial judge. So my concern there, and this is the perspective that I'm hoping to add, is again, we are creating 2 trials and not 1. So instead of a more efficient system, we have exactly done the opposite. And what the proposed bill is doing is it's creating 2 trials, more cost, more time, and a greater burden to the plaintiff, to the victim, which is the irony of all this, insofar as I look at the legislative intent and I look at the goal being to make this easier for the plaintiff victim. And I think we've done just the opposite with the proposed bill. We've made it harder insofar as there's virtually double the cost and an extended period of time before there's a final adjudication. I also note that there is a ceiling of the decision for 30 days. And frankly, I don't understand the basis for that. Insofar as a decision is made, it's a matter of public record. And I think that there's no value gained by sealing the magistrate judge's decision. I am going to continue to take some time until I complete. Thank you. Just like Mr. Kehoe did.
Thank you very much.
No,
we were told that you were going to take the place of another person who was going to testify, that you were going to read her testimony.
No, I will be finishing.
Mr. Lear.
I will be finished.
Thank you. Let's order, please. Everybody, order. That's enough. You can resume your presentation after all the panels. Thank you. I have all right. We were told that you were going to be reading Carla Haddock's testimony and that you were taking her place, and we had made special accommodations for her because of the baby. But thank you very much. And we will resume your testimony after the other panels. Thank you. Can we get some order in here? Sergeant of Arms, please. Mr. Bustamante. Is this your doctor? Is this your doctor?
Like that. And what had happened
The end.
got saucy. Yeah.
Do you remember the movie version of Lord of the Flies that came out when we were in high school?
Yeah.
I have the conch.
I don't know. I just thought, like, what happened to just respectful dialogue? And some of these dudes, I mean, and there's also that dynamic of you have a panel of mostly women senators, and just some of the tone that we heard from a lot of the testimony, to me, was just a little much, and people had struggled with this 5-minute time limit. I mean, let's just be honest. But I want to say that in the case of this attorney and a lot of other testimony, this clip that we just played was 7 minutes, 42 seconds. So they were being a little liberal with the 5-minute limit. And the reason why they had that limit was because at the first hearing, what you saw was, and it was mostly the medical professionals, they just jammed the testimony where it was, an hour of doctors giving, testimony that was 10, 20 minutes long. And so when the speaker came on, they were basically like, oh, there were people who had showed up to testify that couldn't. And this is kind of standard when they have a public hearing where there's a lot of interest and a lot of testimony. They will put a 5-minute time limit, but your written testimony can be as long. You can write a novel if you want. And then I think they had made accommodations where if you went over the 5 minutes and you weren't done, you could hang on until the end of the hearing, which is what I know Dr. Shea, David Luboski, and I think there was a couple other doctors who had hung around till the end and after everyone had been able to testify.
And that's what the speaker was actually telling the attorney there.
Well, I mean, and it's also interesting because...
But he got rather fiery at that point.
It's interesting because it is a public hearing and it's a whole process, right? But when you have a paid lobbyist like Attorney Ed Lear, who clearly indicated that he was being paid by the medical community to give, testimony, it's troubling to me because you're going over and you're eating up regular people's time. You know what I mean? There are so-called regular people, and that's kind of, one thing to remember is the loudest voices with this bill have been the voices of the doctors. And I get it because they're in there, right? They're doing the things and they feel that this really is going to impact Guam's healthcare system. What I think some of these doctors don't realize is there's a whole other side to this equation, and that side is the voices, the input of not just the patients who feel they've been victims of negligence or malpractice, but just the common folk. Those who don't don the white coat or the stethoscope. Their opinions matter too. That's kind of basic, but I just felt like I had to say that because I was watching a lot of the testimony yesterday, and I just got this vibe that some of the testimony given by, and I get it again, like they're the experts, but it just seemed to be a little on the arrogant side. With Dr. Berg and, even Dr. Shea's testimony was a little, but we're going to play this one from Alfredo Bustamante, who testified in support of Bill 112 at the public hearing.
Chairwoman, Senator Terlaje, and Senators, I want to thank you for being here and for proposing this bill. I am the only person in Guam that went to an arbitration, and I'm going to tell you how it works. My dog was almost killed about 7 years ago, and I pursue a law that is in place today. I am here to support this bill. It cost me $21,000 in arbitration fees, $40,000, and I have it here, $40,000 in experts, and $20-some thousand in legal fees. And I won the malpractice. And guess what? They gave me $6,000 as an award. I understand this is for a dog. But if you have your son, your daughter, your father, your mother that is in this situation, it's going to cost you more money. So I am here to testify on Bill 112 on favor. My name is Alfredo Bustamante, an Army veteran, a Special Forces soldier, and a businessman that have resided in Guam for the last 16 years. 3 of my 6 kids were born in Guam. This is my home. I own a business which I have insurance. It's called errors and omissions. That protects my realtors and myself as a broker for any liability, any compensatory damages, and any punitive damages that I may cause. What I see here is that we're having a problem about money. They don't care about the people of Guam. You know that. I am surprised that we have 4 senators that are not supporting this bill. And trust me, that's shameful. You know who you are. I cannot comprehend why the government of Guam has not tried to implement and pass a law that protects the people of Guam against malpractice and negligence, but instead protects the bad doctors and clinics that commit malpractice by not allowing the patients or the families of the deceased, injured, or incapacitated individuals to follow a lawsuit in a court of Guam. I have no sympathy whatsoever for people that are working to convince us that the cost of malpractice insurance is far greater than any human life or any altered human life due to medical malpractice or negligence. That's horrible, and we will not allow it. And I know you won't. It is immoral and unfair that these individuals, call it doctors, and listen to this, that went to school and endured a 4-year undergraduate program, along with 4 years in medical school and 3 to 7 years in a residency program to learn their specialty. And they cannot be held accountable. 14 years of school. I went to school for 6 years to get my master's degree, and I can be taken to court and held accountable for my actions. Is that fair? No, definitely it's not fair. Any person that owns a company in Guam can be held accountable and be taken to court, except for the doctors. And you know what? They're dealing with lives. The frivolous behavior and threats of leaving the island, like Dr. Shea, which thank you, Dr. Shea, because you motivate me to be here today. Leaving the island on a bully and aggressive behavior, telling you senators that they are not going to vote for you, being bullied and threatening you. Guess what? Thank you, Senator Brown, for standing out the last hearing and saying, you don't need this. Thank you for that. Most people cannot afford an airplane ticket and accommodations in order to travel to Philippines or to the mainland to seek the proper service. I can. I don't go to GMH. I don't go to GMRC. I go to the Navy, or I go to Tripoli, or go to Hawaii. In other words, it takes between 10 to 14 years to become a fully licensed doctor, so they should be highly skilled in their careers, in jobs, to prevent any negligence or wrongful death. However, one has allowed some doctors, which are not the majority, to be careless, as they know the consequences, which is none. How many people have died, and how many more people we will allow to die in Guam? How many malpractice cases has been reported? And how many cases has been gone to arbitration? 0. I am the only one. People against malpractice or negligence, and that is why we get some of these doctors to come and practice in Guam. So why these doctors should should strive for excellence and training when there's no protection against negligence? What I am trying to say is, and I'm going to close with this, I have more faith on the judicial system than I have in any other people that do these arbitration panels from the states, because they don't know us, they don't know our culture. I am not here because of me. As my case is over, I settled, I won my case. And I was able to stand to this bully and unethical veterinarian. But I am here because it's the right thing to do. I am here, Senator Brown. I heard Senator Brown the last hearing indicate that she is not concerned with any threats given by the doctors about her re-election. As a senator, I applaud you. I applaud your commitment. And I hope the other senators continue doing the same thing. Thank you for representing the people of Guam. Thank you for representing us, because we have no voice.
Thank you, Mr. Bustamante.
Sisus Masi.
Sisus Masi. Next, we will hear from Ms. Annalyn Lagrimas.
There you go. That's a testimony from Mr. Alfredo Bustamante at the public hearing, 728. We're going to take a quick break, Bree, and we're coming back with Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Telo Taitagui, and Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas next right here on The Link. It's Wednesday, July 14th. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 103.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilahan for Haan and Minagov, a great date to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit submit your original song submissions now.
Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply.
So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Everybody, welcome back to the link. It is it 7:30?
It is 7:35 and 22 23, 24, 25 seconds.
Okay, well, we don't want to waste any time. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have got Speaker Theresa Lahi, Senator Joanne Brown, and Senator Tello Taitagui. Joining us a little bit later will be Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas. Right. And we're here to talk about...
Dun, dun, dun!
Bill 112.
You can't say it without saying the controversial Bill 112. This gives it more zing, you know, the rating system.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Senator Joanne, Senator Tello.
Morning.
Morning.
This public hearing, I made a joke yesterday that it was better than Black Widow. No diss on Black Widow, it's pretty decent. But this hearing, I mean, we are just hearing it all, really. And this second one, I noticed that with the 5-minute time limit that you guys had to impose because there was just too much testimony that was too long in the first hearing, we saw a varied response, right? So there was just, first of all, more testimony, and then we had testimony that was a lot different than the first one, right? It seemed to be like it was, I don't want to say equal, but there were definitely more voices in support, and of course we saw those in opposition. So I guess we'll just start there, Madam Speaker. Your takeaway from the testimony now that we've had a day to kind of digest everything that went down on that Monday late night?
Yeah, there was a lot of testimony, obviously, and I thought, I was encouraged that a lot more of the doctors are recognizing that there is a need for a change in the current arbitration because of the costs, and that they are willing to address that. And in fact, I've had many calls and meetings with doctors and testimony where they are saying that they are willing to come, to some kind of agreement on how to fix this, the cost of arbitration. So that's huge, because at first it sounded like, a lot of them were denying that there was a problem. So I'm just glad. I always felt like that was going to be the first step, just getting everybody on the same page as to what the problem is, and then the solutions are going to, I think, be much easier. So that's a big step for me, I think. And I think we did get a lot of that consensus. I was so happy to see, it's not a happy thing, but I was glad to see the testimony of patients, because I just think it always brings us back and reminds us, why we are doing this, and just focuses on really, that there is a need, and we can't deny that. And so hopefully we just can stay focused on that part.
What about you, Senator Brown?
Well, I certainly share the sentiments of Speaker Terlahi. Definitely, it was good to hear, members of the medical community. Of course, they're not all in agreement, but it was good to hear, recognition that obviously there is a need to address this issue. The question now is, how do we go about that? How do we find a common middle ground that we can agree on? Because obviously, I mean, we're here to represent the community. This obviously is a concern that exists, and you know, we're here to address the justice aspect of it. You know, we recognize certainly, and we do hear, I mean, I know we are listening. We are hearing the concerns that members of the medical profession have raised with regards to their licensing, their reputation, the impact that, you know, what could happen. Certainly if they ended up having to deal with a medical malpractice case. You know, some feel very strongly that keeping the arbitration process is absolutely necessary to them to being able to practice. But at the same time, we obviously also listen to concerns of the community who feel they have no recourse. And some of the consequences, you know, of what may be viewed as a negligent practice could be a lifelong harm to an individual or loss of life. And certainly, you know, if we're dealing with a loved one, the family member, I mean, a child, as in some case with Mr. Lebowski with his son, you know, obviously no parent ever wants to lose a child or think you're ever going to, you know, you're going to survive your child's, and your child passes away. That could be the most probably terrible thing that could happen to anyone. And money is not going to bring that loss back. You know, there's no amount of money in the world that could ever bring that back. But our people have to have a sense that there is a recourse. I mean, some of the discussion, of course, of the testimony focused on, oh, sometimes we just need to sit and talk and have feedback and interaction. You have patients that are saying, you know, my doctor never relayed this information, or after something happened, didn't explain why this was the case. I mean, obviously, individual patients feeling we weren't heard, our concerns weren't addressed. There could always be different interpretations of a certain circumstance. But at the same time, I don't think those things can simply be ignored and we can just go back to things as they were. I think there's definitely a need to sit down and work out what can be a viable solution that not everyone will be happy. I mean, no matter what it is, not everyone's going to be happy with it. But what do we have that creates a better community for our medical community, but certainly also more importantly for members of our community, our people out there that may feel they have been negligently harmed. I mean, we're not going after good doctors in our community. I don't think anyone would get into this profession with the intent to harm. I mean, when you look at the very, you know, purpose of why someone would become a medical professional, obviously is to help our people, and more importantly, help our people here on Guam. So that's certainly what I took away from the hearing that we had on Monday evening.
Senator Titleigui, your takeaways? Senator Titleigui?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina. And good morning to everyone in the KUAM family and those who are listening today. I think, you know, I echo the sentiments of both the speaker and Senator Brown. They both hit it on the nail. There's not much more to say, only that I think that the process, they're realizing that a process needs to be put into place that is less cost prohibitive. And several times they've all mentioned the issue of how costly it is for arbitration. Even from other constituents that have come forward saying, let's find a solution that makes it less, you know, prohibitive on cost. And you know, I thought Bill 112 does that, you know, finding a way that makes it more accessible for individuals who don't have the funding, who can't even borrow on like $100 from somebody. They just don't have the money to do so. And even some of the other doctors too have mentioned, you know, don't think that just because we're doctors, we have, you know, all this money. We also have, you know, loans we have to pay off, and $20,000 to them is quite a bit for some of these doctors as well. And so recognizing that, I think that we still need to focus on one main goal that we're trying to do is find accessibility for everybody in any walks of life to be able to ask themselves to justice system. If they've been wronged, we as legislators, we as public leaders, we have the ability to make that right as senators. And that's what we're trying to do with this bill, find a way to make it available for everybody, you know, indigenous or even middle class people. Not everybody has $20,000 or $40,000 laying around, you know, to go after something they feel they've been wronged by. Everybody has the right to the judicial system. I mean, that's our given right, our freedom, our, you know, and I think that we're getting closer to finding a solution. We're meeting with doctors. The speaker and I met over the weekend, and not just the speaker and I, but other senators who met with doctors personally. You know, so for doctors saying that we're not, you know, meeting with them, that's not true. We are meeting with them. Every time they call, we will meet with them. I know I do. So I think that the doctors too are not just hearing what we have to say, but I've been hearing that doctors are having patients coming into their office and they're bringing this up as their patients. They're talking to their doctors saying, hey, so what's going on, doc, with, you know, and then they start bringing up other doctors they feel that are, you know, not doing a very good job as a doctor. And this was brought to my attention by one doctor, and I just didn't even think about that. That they're not only hearing from those testifying, but patients coming into their office, questioning and asking. So this is good.
Senator Chris Duenas, Minority Leader, joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Senator Duenas, we're kind of just unpacking the testimony, the tone. What was your takeaway from Monday night's hearing?
Well, thanks, Chris and Bree, and happy to be on with my colleagues here. I think consistently more of the same. I think that we heard certainly passionate testimony from those who feel as though they've been, you know, affected through their journey on a medical issue. Several that KUAM has covered. I think those were, you know, great testimonies to encapsulate, you know, how the view is from the patient and the caregiver side. But I think most importantly, and as I mentioned at the conclusion of the hearing, I think, in my opinion, there's kind of a change and a shift now to, you know, being more solution oriented and wanting to find a solution, having this continuous concerns with the way that the medical community feels about the structure of the bill, but also being willing to sit down and find an equitable solution, possibly through amendments and more discussion on the bill. So that was my takeaway. Of course, you know, it was contentious nonetheless, but when you know, other than the emotion, when you get down to the testimony and what's actually being said, I'm hearing a willingness to work through this, and that's what I'm encouraged by.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up. I'm not sure if it was Dr. Berg or Dr. Shea. They had mentioned, and Speaker, you kind of elaborated on it a little bit earlier about the meeting or meetings with physicians. And I want to say it was brought up that there was a meeting over the weekend with, I believe, one of the doctors.
Uggen.
Yeah, Dr. Jolene Uggen. Can you tell us what exactly that meeting?
I'll recap that. So Dr. Berg in his testimony had said that the Dr. Jolene Uggen, they had either there was a meeting or they had offered to meet with Speaker and they had a solution. So, Speaker, what can you tell us about that?
I have many meetings last week, especially even over the weekend, and I met with several doctors, and so they're all giving their suggestions as to a solution, and I am very open to those. So I actually met with Dr. Jolene several times this weekend, but on, you know, we talked about different things, but they're talking about alternatives to make the arbitration process more affordable, of course. They're again, she and some of those that she was with are talking about ways to fund the arbitration for those who can't afford it. So that's their idea, is to kind of to fund through, fees through doctors, things like that. But I think we need to hash that idea out a little bit more. But of course, that's an idea that we had also hashed out last year when that was proposed by some of the other doctors, and it just ended up not to be enough. And I wasn't sure that they had consensus. So that's one of the things when I meet with these doctors, I'm asking them, who do they represent and do they have consensus? And so I think they're also working on that on their side to get consensus on their ideas, and also whether it's feasible, so we're trying to look at whether funding the current arbitration through a fee source from the doctors is feasible. So, and of course it is, that's a viable alternative. But there are other things that they talked about that I appreciate as well, and that is, I think they've come to a realization that there is a need for better communication between patient and doctor. So I love that is what this bill has done. That is made more focus on that. And so it seems like they're all trying, a lot of them are trying to, look back at their processes in that regard and see what they can do as a community within their own clinics, I'm hoping. And then, if there's more we need to mandate on that end, we can also do that if that's necessary. But I'm hoping that they within their own community are going to be able to, step up and do that as well. Sorry, Senator.
Senator Duenas?
No problem. I didn't know where you're at, and I didn't want to interrupt, Madam Speaker. But one thing, Chris, that I think is coming out now, that with my meetings with the doctors at my office and in other settings, is that they don't want it to be cost prohibitive at this point. From the arbitration side, they do want to try to find a solution to that. What they continue to maintain is that they look at the mandatory arbitration as the screening process, and that is the way that it kind of makes sure that these cases that come forward, when they're going to go into the realm of actually settlement, trial, or other type of whatever remedy is there, is intact, right? So if it really truly does come down to affordability, which it has been, I'm not saying it hasn't been, but then I think this is where we have to kind of, I think, find the meeting of the minds. Is it the mandatory arbitration, or is it the money, right? So if it's the mandatory arbitration that they say has been what has been the gatekeeper, if you will, with regard to screening malpractice cases, then let's boil that down, right? Is that really what it is? And if so, how do we enhance that process? I also think we have to really look at how cases are being handled from the medical board level. I think that this is two-part at this point. And I think that a lot of the grievances that several of the folks came forward with is that their voices just aren't being heard, that they feel as though the system is rigged against them when they feel like they have a very compelling case coming forward. So whether it's at the review process, or whether it's the fact that, is this the correct gatekeeper still, but we need to make sure that the affordability situation is mitigated. To me, that's what I feel it boiling down to. I also feel like the small claims issue is something that we're going to have to address. That might have to shift a little bit to a different scenario, or be built in as well. One thing I wanted to say on standard of care as well, because I think this is very important for our community, Chris. You've been talking about this a lot. The doctors that I talk to, and from what I understand from the medical system, the standard of care discussion is when there is life-threatening situations. In general, most practitioners sometimes are saying, and this is where it's gotten kind of, where we have to now discuss and see if this is really the case, now that it's going to the level of the clinical level and what other services are being provided, basically on managing care, right? But from what I've understood in the past, the real issues that they face is, and doctors mentioned this in their testimony, when there's life and death situations, when they have to make critical decisions in a short period of time, is generally when they're talking about the standard of care. But if now what we're talking about is everyday care at the clinical level and other services, we really need to discuss that, because that's very that was an alarming thing that I've been listening to.
Yeah, Senator, I know that you, and paraphrasing the doctors, have described the arbitration process as a filter, but the takeaway I got from the testimony is it acts more like a wall, because we've only seen one or two arbitration cases over the last however many years. But Speaker, I wanted to ask, so the doctors, they obviously don't want to remove this arbitration process. What does your bill do to the arbitration process? And does it remove it in any way? Unmute.
You're on mute. The bill continues to allow for arbitration. I've been trying to make this very, very clear, but that I think is one of the big confusions. So they think that we've removed the arbitration process, but we haven't. I'm trying to make a shift from this current process of arbitration where you have to go through a certain company and you have to pay certain fees to the Guam arbitration law, which is in place for very complex litigations as well. And it seems to have worked very well, where parties, and the arbitration is by agreement of the parties. And in doing that, the parties end up agreeing on the costs. They can control costs that way. So you've heard several of the doctors say, we can make changes like Zoom, we can make changes, that make it more cost effective. Yes, you can, if you can agree to your arbitration process. But if you can't, and you have to go to one certain type of arbitration, and you must have 3 people on your panel, you cannot control the costs. So this is that. It's arbitration with an option to control the costs. And that's why I thought it would be very attractive to all parties, because it looks like even insurance companies are willing to do this, I think, to control their costs through the use of even one arbitrator. We've seen them use a retired judge in certain cases. So things like that. And that's how you get there, is you allow the parties to control their arbitration. That's what's done in other jurisdictions as well. That's what's the unique part of Guam, is that we're mandating them all to go to a certain company and to have this 3-panel and that type of thing.
But the doctors, obviously, they want to keep the mandatory arbitration as the pre-screening, but do you see that as a deal breaker?
Oh, well, there's several issues. One is, do they want to take the same type of arbitration, or are they willing to go through the Guam arbitration law, which allows the parties to decide the type of arbitration, right? Second is, are they willing to allow mediation, which our bill does, or do they want to preclude that? And when they say we are going to mandate arbitration, that means only arbitration, not mediation, not a screening panel, only arbitration. And so that's the difference. And so continuing to mandate arbitration, I just thought it would be good to give them other options. So we're mandating a screening. So we're mandating, you can't get to trial. We continue to mandate that unless you do one of these things. But we're not mandating that you go through a certain arbitration process. We're mandating arbitration by the Guam arbitration law, or mediation by the Guam mediation law, or you go through the screening through a magistrate.
I know we only have a few minutes left, and I don't think we can go over the top of the hour today, but I wanted to ask, what's the next step? So you've had the 2 public hearings. I know that you had said on this very show that there might be another one or maybe more roundtables, but as it stands now this morning, what's the status with Bill 112 and the way forward?
I think we're trying to confirm a hearing date. As you know, we're also looking at the budget coming up. So we're just trying to make sure that we don't conflict with that, and that we can put our full attention onto the budget as well. So we're trying to confirm a hearing date, as well as I think it will be manageable for senators and those who are testifying to do this in a roundtable kind of setting where we address smaller groups and address their concerns. And I think from the testimony, my staff has been analyzing it, we can see some common threads. And so I'd like to, those who are proposing a different way to arbitrate, I'd like to, hone in on that, get their ideas of what how different to arbitrate instead of the Guam arbitration law that we're proposing, right? And then those who are just absolutely against any other type of screening besides arbitration, yeah, I'd like to finesse their issues with the magistrate judge, and or if they have someone else who they're going to recommend, because as I've said before, when we decided on a magistrate judge to be the screener for Guam, we were trying to find somebody in light of what has happened at the boards and the complaints that we have received, that so we're trying to find somebody who the community would accept as being the independent person, right? And an impartial determiner of whether there was malpractice, a screener. And so that's why we look to our justice system, because that's where we look in our system for, where we want somebody to be fair and impartial. And so I'm still open on that, but as we've heard at the hearings, there's still some issues, regarding other ways.
Madam Speaker, were you ever able to find out who hired that California attorney who said he was hired by the Guam medical community I think we just played his testimony, Attorney Ed Lear?
I heard on the media, not directly, that he was hired by Dr. Burke. So that's what I heard him say on another media, and that's all I know.
Okay, I know I just said we weren't going to go over the top of the hour, but I didn't have breakfast this morning, so eating my own words tastes pretty good. We're actually going to go over the top of the hour and continue the discussion on the other side, because we did have some more questions for our panel here. So that being said, good morning to our listeners on The Breeze and our viewers on Facebook Live, and let's get ready to go right into KUAM TV. Good morning, Guam. Right on, and we're back. Hey, KUAM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
That's Jason Salas. Hi, Jason.
Good morning.
All right, and we're just going to get right into it. Viewers on KUAM TV, we're currently in discussion on Bill 112. Oh, I'm sorry, the controversial Bill 112. And in the KUAM News Zoom room, we have Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Tello Taitagui, and Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas. And we'll just continue with the speaker. Just real quick, your response to
the letter from Chief Justice Philip Carbolito regarding Bill 112.
I agree with the courts. If we are going to put this on them, that they will need some time to adjust, obviously, and to be prepared. So I don't see any issue with that. I think we have seen during the pandemic, and since Judge Secola retired, that they have changed the duties of the magistrate, or rearranged them accordingly. And so I know that they are able to arrange themselves over at the court as necessary, but we can give them some time to do that. We are having a confirmation hearing for the new judge this Friday. And so I'm expecting that will help to alleviate things at the court since Judge Secola retired. We are also going to be going through the budget process. And we have heard from the court that they are expecting ARP funds as well. So I expect that their finances and their resources, they will be able to manage those adequately. As to the concerns that magistrates will need training, this is the case for any type of case that's going to come before any type of judge. We don't train judges necessarily and to be physicians. And so when they are going to hear cases, that's just the duty of the judiciary, is to ensure that their judges are trained as necessary. And I think none of them starts off as an expert in many things, including criminal law. We have many judges who have never even practiced criminal law as lawyers, but they become judges and they're handling criminal trials and some very, very complex civil litigation as well. And so we do expect them to gain competence in those areas, to be informed by expert witnesses and the evidence. And and to do their due diligence. So we expect no less from magistrates as well.
Yeah.
Were you anticipating, though, this judiciary response? Because I know this wasn't written by you or inquiring. This was from the vice speaker who actually wrote to the judiciary regarding the bill. And as I recall, she pulled out her sponsorship from the measure.
She pulled out her what? I can't hear you, Bree.
Her sponsorship?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Yeah. So after that, she wrote a letter to the judiciary. They responded. I also invited them, of course, to submit testimony. They said they would not be present, but they would submit testimony in writing. You know, we've invited the judiciary to submit testimony on many, many bills, and it's rare that they actually do that. We have some bills that are still pending, regarding criminal matters, or how to handle the process for criminal matters, and we're still waiting for some testimony in those.
She showed up to any of the public hearings?
Who?
The vice speaker.
Vice speaker. Oh, she was there at the first one. Yes, for in the beginning. Yes.
Senator Joanne, what did you make of this argument with the magistrate judge? Because to me, it just seemed kind of mind-boggling that we have to go back and explain how the legal system and the courts work. Senator Joanne?
Sorry, Chris, I didn't hear you. We're just having a little difficulty in our end hearing. Well, I mean, the judicial process it's part of the three branches of government. It's part of our government structure. And, it's an expectation certainly the public would have that they would have recourse through the judicial process. Of course, if there are things that can be put in place to still address the concerns of the community and minimize the financial impact on everyone. I mean, I'm sure if you had a medical malpractice and you're a physician, that's not something that's going to be a walk in the park. I'm sure that's also going to be something that's going to weigh on you heavily. I mean, in terms of your profession, one of the doctors had relayed, even if a settlement happens, there's going to be an assumption of guilt because, we settled on a case because maybe the insurance company or the clinic you're working for decides that it's going to cost us more time and money to continue to fight it. Let's just settle. And then, they feel it could be a stain on their record, even though they may personally feel they never did anything wrong in the first place. And so, we recognize those challenges. I mean, if you spent all those years of study and investment to become a medical professional, a doctor, and then you have an accusation that, you didn't properly practice your profession, that you took some negligent action. I mean, of course, if I want to make sure my record's clean as well, and that I didn't bring any harm to anyone, especially if I know I did not in my training and what I'm making my decision. But right now, the system is just set up that there's no ability, almost no ability for most people. I mean, we talk about those that don't have the money, but we're talking most people do not have those type of resources. I mean, they're saying $40,000-$50,000 to go through arbitration. If you don't agree and you want to take it to court, who has that kind of money sitting around for this type of purpose? But if you feel you've been harmed negligently, and we're talking about negligent practices, if a loved one of yours has been harmed, seriously, or even to the point of death, you have to have some means of addressing that in our community. I don't think that, especially during the first hearing, we were hearing from the medical community very much that, if you pursue this, you're going to lose all the additional capacity that we've gained over the years. We're not going to have specialists. We're going to have doctors that are going beyond their current training, because otherwise a patient cannot get treatment. They're not able to go off island. They're not able to get any other type of care for their condition, and the sky is going to fall down. And I think that approach of, to that degree, instead of how can we sit down, which is kind of, what we were hearing a little more the other night, is that there are options that can be looked at, hopefully that we can come to consensus that can address the very concerns of ensuring that anybody in our community that feels they've been negligently harmed, and we're talking about negligent practices here, that they have recourse to address that. And if it's starting the process of sitting down and having that dialogue first through mediation, which is can be more cost effective and allow for that type of open dialogue, then let's look at that. But I don't think we can simply do nothing and have these constant threats. I think now we need to move away from the threats and the accusations and work towards where can we find consensus. And the judicial process is part of that. I don't think most people want to go through it if they don't have to, because it's a very difficult and it's a very expensive process as well. But we have to have some sense of justice in our community, and not the thought that, oh, well, if a certain percentage are negligently harmed, well, that's okay, because otherwise you're not going to get this care on Guam. And I just think there has to be a balance beyond that discussion. And that's what we're open to. I mean, we're committed to it. We'll attend the next hearing or the next hearing that the speaker has. And certainly if we can get down to having more direct dialogue through roundtable discussions, and representatives from the medical community can come forth also and work with us on viable solutions that can work for our community. We're very open to that.
I thought it was very interesting, and just some of the orchestration with the vice speaker. I mean, first of all, so eager to abandon ship on this bill before even hearing from a single patient. I thought that was very telling. And then to go behind your back and write to the judiciary, and then to give that letter to Senator Moylan, who tried to read it out at the hearing. I see the orchestration and the attacks and all that stuff, and I just got to ask, I mean, does it get old? I mean, we're so early in this process, but the response has been, there's a saying, use a nuclear bomb to kill a housefly. That's kind of what we're seeing here, Senator Tello.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're getting a lot of pressure from doctors. They're listening. It sounds to me like, she's listening more to the doctors than the people of Guam. I mean, you have many that doctors or healthcare providers who signed on a petition. I think it's a little bit over 350, almost 400. But then you have a petition that's signed by over 4,000 constituents on this island who have an issue with the current law right now that prohibits them from, seeking justice. And yeah, I think she jumped the gun, without listening to the people and seeing these testimonies coming in every day. And I'd like to encourage those who are listening today to continue. Just because we finished this last hearing doesn't mean it's stopping. We're continuing to receive some testimony, and I encourage the public to continue to do so. And greatly appreciate it. But I think that, without listening to everyone and jumping the gun like that, it's got to be pressure on the doctor's end, and it's unfortunate. But I think what we need to focus on here again is to stay the course with regards to the inability for those to seek justice and have that means of that one unbiased opinion, to let you know that whether a standard of care was met or not. And a standard of care, if you look at the legal perspective, and that's what's very important, because you're going to a court of law or you're going into any kind of screening panel that reviews the standard of care. And it's actually twofold. It's not only the standard of care, but it's the ability of what is surrounding the physician at the time within their grasp. Do I have the equipment to be able to test this individual patient, to diagnose what the issue is with them? Do I have the availability of other specialists to assist me? The standard of care is within that physician's reach of what they have and they can use to determine any kind of diagnosis is what's been used today. That's why it's very confusing. What has changed these physicians' practice today that's going to change if Bill 112 goes forward? We looked at the demographics of other states, and we always try to compare ourselves with Hawaii and California because that's the closest we are. And it shows that with a population of 100,000 people, the amount of individuals who filed medical malpractice suits that actually came into a claim at the end of the result was 5 out of 100,000. So you look at Guam's population, you're looking at about maybe 6, coming through. And this is data that's, been given to us from other states in Hawaii. And I think Louisiana was 45, per 100,000. But you're looking at Hawaii and California. So the question is, if these doctors currently today are practicing within that standard of care of what they have available, also to be able to notify your patients that you are not in a field of what you've been trained in, and notifying your patients of that, to give them the ability, a choice to continue the care with that particular doctor or to seek care off island. You know, many of our people go off island. Those who can't afford it, there's public assistance, you know, nonprofit organizations. I mean, that's the reality about living here on Guam. And I know that many friends of mine who have medical issues had to live in the States, move to the States. My sister, for an example, has a daughter who was born with 2 holes in her heart. And as a child, you know, it was very difficult for her to be able to live on Guam because of the care her daughter needs. So it's hard for her to come back to Guam. And her daughter now is in her 30s and doing really well, you know, but things like that put us in this predicament that is beyond our control. Certain things are beyond our control. Getting sick is beyond our control sometimes. Unfortunately, we don't want to veer away from the main goal. And that's what I'm seeing too, by the way, Chris and Sabrina, is that doctors are starting to push the fact that Guam has to, you know, we need to work on our healthcare system on the island. Granted, that's like an endless well. We were always going to have to work on our healthcare system on Guam. That's going to be ongoing constantly. So let's not veer away from what we're trying to establish here, the ability for individuals to seek justice. I mean, and through what we're seeing, that medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in the US. 3rd. That's very, very high. Now, it was mentioned too about our culture. We're a culture that usually doesn't like to, you know, sue anybody, or they're too mamalo, or they don't want to get involved. You know, we're not a culture of suing, but I can tell you right now, yeah, times have changed. People are realizing they deserve more. They deserve really good care. You know, and now they're speaking out. Now they're opening up and saying, wait a minute, you know, why can't I get that same kind of care, or at least that same type of justice system that's available to everybody else in the US except Guam? And what people are forgetting, Guam is the only state, US territory jurisdiction that has mandatory arbitration that's binding. We're the only jurisdiction. Not even Saipan has that. So doctors, and you mentioned it, Chris, on the last time, that we're finding this is a shield for doctors. One particular doctor said that it's a shield for doctors. Well, what about our people on Guam, which is the majority of people on this island that cannot afford it, that do not have a shield? You know, we're looking at a balance here, and we're trying to find a solution. These doctors are finally coming, and like speaker said earlier, admitting there is an issue. They're admitting to it. So this is the start. This is the beginning. We're breaking that barrier. We're breaking that barrier to let them see that. And I think that pressure is coming to the doctors because their patients are actually coming and talking to them about this. And you know, a lot of times if a doctor is talking to a patient, they'll just keep quiet. Look at yourself. When you go into a doctor's office and the doctor starts talking, you're basically just quiet. Everything he says or she says is golden. But that's not necessarily true, because people on Guam, they have a mind of their own, and they are putting 2 and 2 together. And sometimes it does not come out to 4.
I know Sabrina. Senator Sabrina has one last question. Then we've really got to wrap because we're getting backed up here. Sabrina.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on one of your closing comments, Speaker Terlahi, at the end of the hearing when you mentioned that you may hold another public hearing, a roundtable, but then you also said an oversight hearing. Can you kind of clarify what you meant by that?
Well, there were certain things that were brought up that, we should be doing this, we should be doing that. There's so many things, yes, that we should be doing. There's certain things I thought that we could assure the community were being done through an oversight hearing. For example, the peer review at Guam Memorial Hospital. That's one way that doctors are supposed to be, looking at incidences that happen and with their peers, ensuring that was, standard of care. And so I had been assured by the Guam Memorial Hospital in the recent months that their peer review was actually much improved. And so I was just thinking that would be one of the ways to help the doctors to ensure the community, whether it was improved or not. And because that's very important for ensuring standard of care in facilities like the hospital. And examining peer review is another way. They talk about we should be doing this ourselves on the board and stuff, but that's not actually mandated by law. So I wanted to show, well, that's my idea right now. It's called an oversight regarding the peer review at the hospital so that they can highlight, how they do that and how it has improved, because we have many reports that say it was just not operating properly in the past. So I'm hoping that is correct, that it is operating correctly now, and that if they are a good model, then that could be a model for other clinics and other entities to also set up, or for the board itself to look at.
And
the Board of Medical Examiners, for example, to establish for the rest of the community outside the hospital.
And just real quickly on the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, are you aware of this lawsuit, this complaint that was filed June 15th by attorney Vanessa Williams regarding GBME's failure to implement and establish this website so that people in the community can search whether or not their doctors has ever been disciplined?
That's correct. I actually have had several oversights of the Guam Medical Board and the Allied Health Board and the HPLO office in public health because of complaints for different things like this, like complaints about their complaints not being handled properly, complaints that it was taking too long, complaints that there has still been no hearings, despite what I thought they had made arrangements already, RFPs, hiring lawyers and other people to do investigations, to do the prosecution of these complaints, and to be the AG's office to be the hearing officer. But we've also followed up with them, regarding the reporting requirements, why they were not complied with, and we were assured, that's being done right now. We had to get professional help to do that. And that was why it was delayed. And so that they had assured us at the hearing that they were going to be in compliance very shortly. But yes. And then other things, like, for example, malpractice insurance. We have a law that malpractice insurance companies are supposed to be reporting to these boards. This is one of the reasons why it was so difficult for us to get data, because there are no reports anywhere as to malpractice claims. And so when I'm trying to follow up with that, they said they had not received any over years. It was a year's span that I had asked about. And so I followed up again to see if they were following up with these companies. So every malpractice insurance company is supposed to be reporting to the licensing boards. And if for those who are not covered by a malpractice insurance company, you're supposed to personally be reporting to the boards. But that has not been done either. But I'm telling you, I don't even know if any oversight over these boards has ever been done over the years, or, I kind of think I'm the first because I've never seen it before. And, but yeah, I just thought it's a growing concern, and it's still a concern. And, most recently, we asked for an accounting from HPLO office at Public Health, who oversees all these boards, to get to the bottom of this. They're saying I've only heard it in the media where they say, we need funding, because there are no direct letters to me regarding their funding, because we've appropriated for these boards all their licensing fees. That means nurses, if they have more nurses, they're going to get, more fees, because, and they're supposed to take those fees and govern their industry, their healthcare profession, right, with those fees. And so one board said, this was several years ago when I first became chair, that they had never seen their fees ever. So, that was the first thing that I did as the healthcare chair, was make sure that these boards know what their fees are, that they are entitled to that money, and that the HPLO office gives them that money. And so now we have seen them encumber, some of the boards have encumbered the money. There seems to have been a break, because if you heard Dr. I think it was Yasuhiro and some other doctors who had served on these boards before, and they talk about, how well they were run and how many complaints they handled, that they got, that they actually took action against some of the people. But we haven't really been seeing that recently. We haven't been seeing hearings, and we haven't been seeing many adverse actions.
Yeah.
There were none from 2018 to the present on the medical licensing board.
Which is interesting that some of the doctors hold that up as a viable alternative to your bill. We have to go. We're way behind, but I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, Senator Joanne, Senator Tello, Minority Leader, Senator Chris. It's been real.
Thank you.
Have a great week.
Please keep sending in testimony. Be safe.
There you go.
Thank you as well.
Hasta, adios. All right. Good stuff, 8:25. Let's go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where Labor Director Dave Della Sola is standing by. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chris. How are you guys doing? Good morning, Sabrina. How are you?
Doing pretty good. It's interesting discussion on Bill 112 always, but we wanted to bring you on for an update. I know there's a lot going on, and you've got a conference call with the feds in a few, so we'll just go ahead and give you the floor. Can we start with the job search requirement?
Sure. So, as my press release says, August 1st is when it's going to start for every PUA claimant who's filing for benefits. And we're one of the last places in the nation to get this put into effect. And this is something that USDOL is requiring. And the date and the time is set by the governor. So they wanted, USDOL wanted it on earlier than later. And, I had to remind them that the governor makes this call. And so they bowed to that. So August 1st. And one of the main reasons why we pushed it to August 1st is because we're starting to do the education campaign. We're trying to get it out to the claimants that this is part of PUA, the requirements, just like getting a letter saying that you are unemployed because of COVID in order to get this assistance. This is a requirement. This is not something that, I can just say, no, we're not going to do this. Every state is doing it. And we follow Hawaii's guidelines. And it's not one of the most, in other states, they require 5 job search, and most of the other states have been on since May. And so, we're putting it till August so that I can get the education out there. Please read the press releases. We're going to start doing some slots in the ads. And we're going to post the video this week on step-by-step for a claimant to follow on how to put it in, job search. And it's very basic on, once you answer the typical question when you file your week, did you look for work? And, and you said yes, then it's going to go right into the job search, requirements. It's going to ask you for the typical stuff, the name of the business, who did you see, the position that you applied for, and if you're interested, you just follow those blanks, and it's going to ask you to do it 3 times. And if you do it 3 times, then you're going to qualify for that week to get assistance. If you don't do it, then it's going to put an issue on your weekly claim and probably hold it. Now, the system is the similar system as everywhere in the nation. And this is something that is just inherent with any UI, job assistance, is that you have to do job searches. Now, I put it on, it's only the last 5 weeks, and we're just trying to get this software up and running and get it all in place by August 1st, because we are unique compared to the states that we only have the PUA module. We don't have a UI and a PUA module melted together so they run seamlessly. And it's a lot more challenge to get things done when you only have one piece of the whole pie. So follow what you see. A job, people are saying, I've heard it. Well, there's no jobs out there. There's a lot of jobs. Is there enough jobs for everybody? No, there's not enough jobs for everybody. But there are jobs out there. And it's not that you have to get a job every week. It's that you just have to do a job search. You have to get up and get out. And you don't even have to get out, actually. You can go on Hire Guam and submit your resume and submit it to different job vacancies that are on Hire Guam. It's all electronic. But there are a number of ways. You can go down to the AJC and get assistance. That counts as a job search. If you're in training, you're exempted. If you're reduced hours, you put in your income, and that will trigger the system to show you that you don't need to do a job search. So, we're trying to make it as easy as possible. We're a lot less stringent than a lot of states are. And it's time to start looking for work, because September 4th comes and the money runs out. Then what are you going to do? You can't just sit there and complain that there's no work for you. Government can only carry you so far. And I'm working very hard to try to get the business party out that the government wanted us to get out. And that's of course, helping the private sector, fund them for 480 hours at $9.25 an hour. We're still waiting for the ARP funding guidelines to come out, so I know what the requirements are, and that we know exactly how much we're going to get funded, so I know how many jobs we'll be able to help private sector bring on board. So there's a lot of things going on, Chris and Sabrina, and I'm trying to keep up with it all. And believe me, I'm listening. When I listen at the Chamber of Commerce and the stakeholders meeting, and when I go out talking to all my business friends, they are all having a hard time hiring. And but they understand that it's coming. September's coming around, and most of them are just saying, okay, we'll wait. We'll try to write it out, but we need people to get hired. And the job search will help. And when they hear that, they say good. So I'm trying to balance the two, and I'm doing the best that we can, and also having USDOL on my back. So there's a lot of things, and I'm trying to keep the governor well informed, and so that she can make sure that we move forward in a good, correct, and logical manner.
All right, Breeze, you have any more?
No.
Dave, thanks. I know you got that conference call. I'm pretty sure after we hang up, I'm going to think of oh, darn.
So, we continue to batch. The money's going out. Sometimes there's delays in the checks. I know people have been asking, where's the money for the checks? These are inherent delays for the processing. There's so much that goes behind processing checks than it does for direct deposits. But, everything is running as smooth as it can be, and be standing by. We're going to be releasing some ads and some more education on how to do the job search. So as your questions come up, as you start to read how the job searches are going to work, I'll be glad to come on and let everybody know.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank Thank you, guys. I'm glad this is the first time I left you speechless.
No, there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I'll text you later. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later. And that was a good conversation before me.
It was, yeah, definitely. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
All right,
Stay safe.
let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room. We're finally starting to catch up here. Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez. Good morning, John.
Good morning, and thank you for squeezing Director Della Sola in between Bill 112 and our education update. Appreciate that.
Oh, man.
But
Good
I
morning.
think it's also an excellent segue. I heard the job search is going to be required, and we have lots of jobs on our Human Resources Division page on our website. So if anyone out there is interested in, school aid positions and teaching positions, we're looking for a public information officer. Recently retired military. We still have a senior Army instructor for our JROTC programs, educational interpreters. We have a whole bunch of job openings that we still need to fill. So,
yeah,
this might go hand in hand. We're entering the start of the school year. Go to our GDOE website, look up our human resources page, and there is a link for employment opportunities and status, and take a look and see what you might be interested in. You could even become the new assistant superintendent for special education if that's what interests you and you have the qualifications. So just wanted to tag on to Dave's announcement, and hopefully I think that was a good segue into that.
Do we have that address? John, can you give us the address again, and then Jason can pop it up in the comments? Because
Well, we go to our website is www.gdoe.net, and from there you have to go to the Human Resources Division, and then employment opportunities.
Okay. Got it.
So
First question, John, how are you going to reopen schools if you need to fill all those positions?
Well, some of these are ongoing announcements, and we always see a turnover in some of these positions. So some people are coming and going, depending on the time of the year. So we always keep a running list of applicants so that we can have them on the list for hire as we go through the school year. So whether it's for substitute teachers or for school age, you never know, based on when you're looking for the job and what's happening during the school year, whether those might come up. So some of these positions are just continuously open so that we can have a list and can get to hiring quickly when we do have a vacancy. So yeah, it just depends on the position. But with regard to school opening, since our last update, the CDC has released its updated guidelines for the reopening of schools. So I know we talked the last time about, the work that we've been doing with public health to try to get some flexibility, continued flexibility around things like the 3-foot physical distancing requirement, which, for the most part, I think we can handle. But, in some situations that 3 feet becomes, a little constraining depending on the classroom and so forth. So the CDC released its updated guidelines. What they're really promoting, again, is vaccination. So vaccination is really the key strategy, and we, again, are promoting that vaccination those opportunities. Again, we're over 70% of our school-based staff are now fully vaccinated. And as we track the eligible students, we believe that by the start of the school year, the 16 to 19-year-olds will be at around 60%, and the 12 to 15-year-olds will be about 40%. So it'll take a couple more months, to get them fully vaccinated. So we anticipate being able to open fully for 5 days of instruction. Because of our push for vaccination, we will continue those drives, and of course, we do plan to maintain many of the mitigation measures that are in place, including face masking, which I know, has come up when, if people are fully vaccinated. The CDC is saying that, well, you can go without a mask, and, but within the school setting where you have so many people together, we anticipate keeping that face mask requirement in place until we get further down the road where, more students are vaccinated. especially knowing that I think Pfizer is out there testing the vaccine for even younger students. So maybe later this year, we'll be able to tackle that part of the population. So with those measures in place, what the CDC is saying is they still recommend the 3-foot distancing, but to the greatest extent possible. But if you can't, meet that in all circumstances, it's very clear not to let that distancing prevent the return to in-person learning. What's really important is having all of the measures, kind of the layered, mitigation measures in place, like we do at DOE. So we're not just doing 1 or 2 measures. We've got the face masks. We're putting in the HEPA filters, hand sanitizers, frequent cleaning. The fact that you have several layers of mitigation measures in place makes the physical distancing requirement recommended, but not an absolute, bar to bringing more students, into the classroom. So with that, because public health, their guidance has really tended to mirror the CDC guidance. We're working with public health to see if they will make sure that they update their guidance to reflect the CDC. So I think we're all kind of heading towards that same goal of 5 days of instruction for the coming school year.
And just real quickly, one of the things that we've talked about when it was first discussed about the return of face-to-face, and there was a talk about the screening, and it's also here in the CDC guidelines on screening testing. And so how is that going to work for DOE? Because, some students, they ride the school bus. Are they going to screen them before they get on the bus or when they arrive at the school?
So we're still working on the testing. I mean, the screening. If you're talking about temperature screening,
yes,
we're doing it at the school sites. And so we've equipped all the school sites to do that. And of course, on the buses, the requirement is for the face masking and limited, the limitations on the capacity as really the mitigation measure. We've had some debate about, what putting the temperature scans on the buses and whether that would help or not. But in reality, what you're trying to do is bring the kids on the bus and bring it to school so they can be fully assessed. And if they do have some kind of fever, we can address it at that point. It's really unlikely you're going to be doing that at the bus stop and then preventing a student from getting on the bus. I don't know what we've talked about that. We just think that if you put the distancing measure in place, we put the face masking in place, get them to school, we'll take care of the rest, including if there is an issue, making sure we have contact with parents and guardians so that they can address that. Now, with regard to testing is another aspect of continued, screening for potential positivity, I guess, in the community. We're working with public health right now. There is a grant to support testing on an ongoing basis. And so right now we're just working to design how that might work during the course of the school year. I believe public health is able to access about $5 million to support the testing effort. So they would supply the test kits, and then we would work with public health to develop a screening, more of a proactive, preventative screening approach, so that we're not waiting for cases to be an outbreak, but we're doing it on a regular basis to ensure that we can effectively and proactively assess our community and be able to address things ahead of time if possible. Now, as part of that discussion, we're looking for what type of tests might those be, what are the least invasive tests that we might be able to implement, so on and so forth, because as we're just thinking about the long Q-tips and the kids and trying to get those tests administered. Currently, that might be a challenge, but we are working with public health on a more proactive testing regimen for the coming year. So again, with regard to reopening, when things are looking good in terms of being able to meet the public health requirement, I think the key, of course, is the vaccination strategy, as we mentioned, and then also really, we've been tracking this. We've been tracking the positivity rates and the number of new cases. So I did mention to the Lieutenant Governor, I said, hey, this last week has been a little bit of touch and go because we're seeing, one of the indicators kind of pop up there. And so, he's looking into it and really, trying to make sure we understand what's happening with the numbers.
Yeah.
Because I think part of the issue might have been, less tests being administered over the past week, and more tests being associated with contact tracing, which might, skew the numbers a little bit. But again, we're monitoring every day. So every time it pops up to a certain level, I'm saying, hey, let me know what's going on here. If there's anything I need to know so we can, tackle this within the school system. Because whatever's out there in the community is likely going to reflect, in our schools.
Right.
At one point or another. So that's always the likelihood.
And that was something that Chima brought up yesterday, right? With the students that were testing positive and the minors that have been testing positive. They were ineligible to get the vaccine. But the people living in the same household, the adults, are eligible to get the vaccine, but they weren't vaccinated. And so they got COVID and gave it to the children, the minors. And so he was like, could you imagine if these kids, if school was in session? Because
we watch the data the same way you do in terms of the pace of vaccination. And of course, for the under 12-year-olds, we're waiting for that opportunity when there is a vaccine that's been tested and ready to roll out for the younger kids. But for the eligible groups, obviously we've set our goals for 80% or higher. And I know I just talked to the Lieutenant Governor yesterday. We definitely want to continue that progress. But at this point, we really, and I know I see Dr. Hoa coming on, we really want to get an understanding from the doctors and from the folks administering the vaccines, whether what they're seeing in terms of the pace of vaccination. And number two, are we seeing particular pockets of the community that we need to target a little more in terms of outreach and access to the vaccines versus this continuous, open vaccination clinic that we do at UOG? Because we're happy to participate in it, but at this point, it's about targeting those maybe those households that just haven't taken the opportunity and trying to go out and encouraging and making the vaccine accessible for them. So that's part of that continued discussion. But for sure, I think our employees will be at the point where we're going to reach that and surpass the 80%. It's the students that'll take some time, and obviously we're hoping to get there at least by October. But it's going to take a continual push and education campaign to get there.
Do you have any information on uniform vouchers?
I don't have any numbers, except that that's something that we're going to be reaching out because I understand they were supposed to provide information as to how many vouchers would be available. So I don't have that yet, but I do, of course, we do hear from our community asking the same questions, given the fact that the uniform policy has been reinstated for the school year. So we'll be, if I get those numbers, I'll let you know over here. I haven't heard yet.
John, did we already ask about face masks being available for students who maybe can't afford them or don't have them?
Well, we continue. Yeah, we've used our federal funds to continue to provide those supplies at the school level. So we are planning to continue to supply face masks and other supports to the students and employees at the schools. So that is part of our continued efforts.
We had another comment here. Will there be or is there a policy for particular types of backpacks starting this school year?
No changes in the policy. So that's, there aren't any changes in any other policies. I think it was just a uniform that was addressed for the pandemic year. Right. That's now being reinstated. I don't know, Chris and Sabrina. I know we have a little limited time here, but
yeah.
Any other news that came up, and maybe this will be helpful to those families that are trying to juggle their resources as well. We did announce, we didn't announce, USDA announced the approval of our pandemic EBT program. Caught me by surprise because I didn't know that release would come out, but late last week we started getting those inquiries. And so just to let our stakeholders within the GDOE public schools know, because DOE is a national school lunch program participant, the pandemic EBT program provides monetary support through basically like a SNAP card to support students who may have missed meals due to the closure of schools over the past school year. So we've gone through the program and applied for it, and it turns out that DODEA is eligible. They're free and reduced students for the time period. I think it was like 42 days that they were closed. And so DODEA will be receiving that benefit. And then GDOE, because we were essentially not back to full operations for the entire school year, all of our students will be eligible for the pandemic EBT program for that period of time. And as I've gone into the details of what that means in terms of benefit, it means up to or between $1,200 to $1,300 per student will be available to those students enrolled in GDOE public schools from August 2020 to May 2021. And I was really surprised because it's, the staff have been working through the details, but they said, hey, from August 20, I think late August to late September, they will be we'll be issuing the cards, in partnership with Public Health, issuing the cards, and they will be loaded like 4 separate times. But that'll be fully loaded by the end of September, and the total amount is somewhere between $1,200 to $1,300, and those families will have that access to those benefits for the next 365 days before they expire.
Wow.
And these cards, they're separate from the SNAP program, but they're similar in that they would, whatever the SNAP cards are able to purchase in terms of food, you'd be able to use these PEBT cards to do the same. So when once the staff kind of brought me up to speed in terms of exactly what that dollar amount looks like, I started thinking about households with 3, 4, 5 children. I mean, every student gets the same benefit, and I think we're just glad to see that at least that additional support will be out there as we transition the community towards reopening and recovery from the pandemic. So the only thing I don't have are the details regarding exactly how these cards will be distributed yet. Notification, distribution. It's going to be August to September to complete that process.
John, any news on if private school students will be able to receive this benefit?
These are only for the National School Lunch Program participants. So it really is the DOE, public schools, and DODEA who are participants. So unfortunately, we received that notice. It won't be any private schools or the charter schools unless they are school lunch program participants.
John, I wanted to ask, there was a bill, I think it's before the legislature, relative to teachers in charter schools. Yeah. Requiring certification. What is it, Bree?
That's
yeah, so basically charter school teachers would be required to be certified just like the GDOE teachers if this bill passes. And I think it's with Senator Shelton, right?
Yeah, I believe she's the one who introduced it.
Right.
Right. Well, we tended to separate ourselves from the conversation because it's a good question because we're all public schools, DOE and charter schools. So we are public schools, and there ought to be public policy discussions regarding what applies to DOE and what applies to the charters. But of course, one of the interesting things that differentiates the traditional public schools from the charters is this 14-point mandate. Where there's 14 points, including the requirement for certified teachers that applies to the traditional public schools and really creates a minimum level of service that we are required to try to meet every year, and which is why we have such a big budget request every year to try to meet that mandate. And through the course of the charter school development of the charter school law, I guess it has been determined that those mandates don't apply to those public schools versus DOE. So, I guess it's a good debate for the legislature to take up. But again, I don't, for us, we know what our mandate is, and it's a tough thing to try to get enough certified teachers to fill our position. So I'm sure the challenges would apply should the charters be included in that mandate.
Very classily put, John. We had a comment here. Did GDOE announced how next test schedule will be in terms of the ABC block schedule by last name, or are students going to be at school all week?
Oh, we're planning for 5 days of instruction for all students who come back. So it's going to be like a regular school week. And of course, we were hesitating to say that 100% because we were still working under the previous CDC requirements and trying to get that language to change. But with the updated CDC guidance, that should take care of the scheduling. It'll be like a normal school year.
How about busing? Have you guys had those conversations?
We're in the middle of those conversations with DPW to just ensure busing and looking at scheduling and working with Lieutenant Governor. So that'll be another key component. But I think with these latest guidance, I think we've got a set direction, and it's just a matter of nailing down the logistics for the coming school year. So we still have about a month to go, and we'll work out those details prior to the opening.
What about special education students? Are they also returning to face-to-face?
Yeah, we actually prioritized the return of our special education students over the past year, even when we had limited face-to-face. We think that that's the best, way and opportunity to meet the requirements that are under their IEPs by delivering services that would not be available outside of the school setting. So we've been able to accommodate those students over the past school year when we reopened in January to have them come back even multiple days during the week. So we fully anticipate being able to have them back in school unless we still offer the online option. So if there are students who still prefer to do that route, then we'll go and support them in that effort. But right now, we still anticipate at least 85% of students all returning back to school.
All right. Very good. No further questions. John?
The only thing I would say is that tomorrow at 2:00, we will be before the legislature, and we will be discussing our FY22 budget request. That budget request was about $373 million when we started out. But of course, the question has been, well, now that you're receiving all these federal funds, do you still need all that money on the local side? So we actually amended our budget request. We took it down to $291 million.
Wow.
Through the federal funds that are made available. So that is different. We revised that budget. But the real key thing is to make sure that the legislature is clear on the requirements for us to continue to access those federal funds. And that's that maintenance of effort requirement. So we hope to clarify, share our calculations with them tomorrow. It looks like, in order for us to meet the maintenance of effort, that the Guam Department of Education, based on the prior, years of funding that we received, ought to be at a minimum receiving 29% of the projected general fund and territorial educational fund revenues that come in. So those are the funds that really that drive our operations. And in FY17 through 19, we received an average of 29%, which is now becomes the baseline for what we should be receiving according to the federal government in order to continue to access the close to 500, close to $500 million, I guess, in funding that is coming our way. So that's an important discussion and an important point to make tomorrow. And so we hope the legislature will support us.
That's it's amazing that you're submitting an adjusted budget of 200. Was it 290 million?
290 is yeah. It was up at 373. We've removed the capital improvement projects. We removed a lot of the instructional supplies and equipment that we can support through the federal funds. We still need to, of course, fund the teachers, fund the utilities, fund some of our basic contracts that were not pandemic related. But at the very least, we just want to make sure we at least meet the minimum requirements so that the federal funds continue to flow and we don't have to worry about the potential loss of those funds as we go look ahead to the next couple of years.
Thank you, John.
Thanks,
All right,
John.
thank you. Have a great week.
We see you too. Quick break, and we're going to come back with Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group next, right here on the link. Good morning.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilahan, Farhaan, and Minagov. A great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Ha'anan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on the link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now.
Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply.
So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
The way I was talking to you the other day reminded me of when we used to date, that I could skate it out. Then these feelings will start wearing out. So I picked up my boat around 3, trying not to think about you and other things like school and the homework that's due. Baby, is it cool if I take you out? I know it's for the better, me and you. Let's take advantage of this beautiful weather. Do you wanna try for us one more time? Night for us to treat you.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. One of us will bring you back in, and happy to do so here on a Wednesday afternoon. We welcome back into the newsroom and back to the island our good friend Dr. Hoa Wen, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group. Doc, welcome home.
Oh, thank you, guys. Miss Guam.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, you picked a fine time to go on vacation.
And to come back.
Yeah.
Your cell phone bill must be through the roof.
I know.
So, Doc, you went to deliver your daughter to college, right?
Yes. It's a very interesting trip, though. I mean, California, it's pretty much back to normal, and there's not much use of masks over there. So it's interesting.
It is interesting, Doc, because the governor, when she had spoke at the Economic Forum, had talked about maybe easing the mask mandate. But I think recently, last week, she came out and said that probably wasn't going to be done. And then more recently, I believe it was Monday, there was an announcement made that we could be heading to PCOR 4 by Liberation Day in about a week. Doc, what's the discussion been like with the PAG relative to this?
You know, we are ready to go to PCOR 4, but, you know, even the WHO and I probably CDC will follow soon, is that because of the surge of the Delta variants in the state, and we're going to expect there's a surge here too in Guam of the Delta variant. I think that as much as we're going to relax a lot of restriction, we're going to still recommend that for indoor, in a public place, you know, we're going to still recommend the use of masks as mandatory. There's quite a bit of positivity in the community right now, and again, this is totally mostly on the unvaccinated population, where you see the family unit, the adult that unvaccinated bring it back and infect the children. And the Delta variant, very unique, affect the young population and the children. You can see there's some children that already been to the hospital already. So that's what we worry about, is that, you know, with the school year coming up here, is that if we don't vaccinate at least 50% of the 12 to 17, we might have some positivity and some surge in the school. So the use of masks, even in August, we still recommend it indoor. Going to be mandatory for indoor. Outdoor, you can, if you vaccinated and fully vaccinated, go without the mask outdoor.
Yeah. Doc, so when you were in California and you saw how they were kind of doing it, because I think they reopened, I want to say it was in June. What can we take away from what they're doing now and figure it into what we're going to be doing when we go into PCOR 4 or not doing?
You know, I see signs everywhere in California that they post everywhere that if you vaccinated and fully vaccinated, you don't have to use a mask, and if you're not vaccinated, you have to use the mask. So it's an honor system that they trust people and do the right things, and that's something that we can implement it here. We put up some sign. We're going to modify it for our island, but again, I really recommend that if you are not vaccinated, protect your family by using the mask in the public place. And we have a lot of family gathering. That's what we do, right? We love for family gathering. And if you're unvaccinated, I would keep your mask on, because, you know, you're going to get infected and you affect the family. And, you know, all the deaths so far that we have is all unvaccinated population.
And we've had you mentioned in the beginning, Doc, the number of positives we had in the last week. It's like, what was it again, Brie?
73 in the past 7 days.
Yeah, 73 positives in the last 7 days.
Yes. It's the number will go up. We're expected to go up because, remember, we relaxed a lot of restriction, but again, as long as the hospital admission don't approach the number, then the hospital can handle it. But, you know, we don't want people to still die from the COVID-19, right? We just have another death there that unfortunately patients not vaccinated. So we're going to keep a close eye on the hospital admission, and we decide which way we're going to go based on that. We're going to target some, you know, some population that that have a low vaccination rate, okay, to try to bring them up to at least 50%. As you can see, even the state that have less than 50%, the cases are going up. You know, it's a sign, it's a number that we can see there. So we're gonna need to bring those subgroup up to at least 50% to protect the whole community.
Doc, yeah, I mean, so we're quickly approaching the herd immunity, but it kind of looks like from what everyone is saying is that the positives and the hospitalizations are coming from people who aren't vaccinated. So is this just something that we're going to have to deal with? Because when we reach the herd immunity of 80,000, I'm assuming there's still thousands of people who just for whatever reason don't want to get the vaccine.
Yes, and we understand that, but there's also a large population out there that for whatever reason is they are procrastinating. So I think that they don't have a mean to get to a vaccination clinic. So we're going to change gear a little bit and go out there to the subdivision, to certain village, certain place, and do a smaller pots to try to get those people, to make it convenient for them to go out and get the vaccine. And that's how we're going to approach now in July. So for us, we're going to kind of shut down our Hyatt and Father Doines, and we're going to go out in a small place and try to reach out those pockets and get the people vaccinated. So we're going to have to change gear a little bit to get this 20% or less people get vaccinated as much as possible.
Doc, I don't know if we can switch hats right now and go from you being the Physicians Advisory Group chair to the controversial Bill 112, which I know you testified in opposition to. You know, the tone of the testimony on Monday, Doc, outside of just a couple of, you know, Dr. Berg, Dr. Shea, they're the way they are, right? But it definitely seemed like it was a different tone, and that there seemed to be a desire for doctors to sit down with the senators and kind of work this thing out. Is that accurate? Is that where you think we're at right now?
Yeah, you know, it's really, again, we all fight for one thing, right? Seriously, it's number one thing for us is protect the access of care for our patient, okay? And that's what we're fighting for. It's not to protect the physician, nor protect our business. It's number one thing for our patient. And so, yes, we are willing to sit down and talk to the senator, including the speaker. I think that the bill was written, 112 was written without any consultation with the physician or the medical community at first. And that's the problem. The bill is out there without even talk to us. You know, none of the physicians are involved in making that bill. So what we like to do is that, you know, get rid of the Bill 112 and sit down and talk to the medical community, the healthcare community, and work out something to improve the quality of care for the patient. Now, you gotta understand, and I listened to a lot of patients that testified during that public hearing, and guys, you remember Bill 112 affect only the private practice to a community that really serve the majority of the healthcare. It does not affect the Gulf Guam facility like GMH or public health. And if you listen to all the people that testify there, most of the bad outcome, where it's coming from, the hospital. But even Mr. Lubowski was mistaken that the medical arbitration law right now protect the physician at GMH. No, they don't need the protection. They already have the Guam cap. You can't touch the physician at GMH. So the law, the Bill 112 actually doesn't change or doesn't improve the quality of care in Guam. It's really affect the private practice, which are doing very well and improve the quality of care in Guam right now. It doesn't touch the bulk of the malpractice suit, which is at GMH. You know, I hate to say that GMH is part of our practice too, but you got to really understand where it's coming from before you change it. So that's why I can say that yes, we are willing to sit down and talk to the senator and come up with the way to improve the quality. And because right now, Bill 112 really don't do anything. It's just penalize the private practice, which is doing the best they can. And that's not where the lawsuit coming from. It's from the hospital. So they attack the wrong way. That's like,
Doc, what do you make about the argument though that the mandatory arbitration is too costly for patients who feel that they've been a victim of negligence or malpractice to pursue? Because we did see some doctors mention that they agree that it's just too expensive, and so there was some discussion about how do we lower the cost of arbitration and make it more accessible.
You know, any type of claims for medical malpractice are going to be expensive. It's not cheap to go to court, you know, but arbitration relatively much cheaper than litigation in court. Arbitration is much faster. It's settled within 3 to 6 months. In court, it's going to take 2 or 3 years in court, and it costs a whole lot more. And the problem that if you go to litigation, you know, most people will settle, and that's the thing. The physician never have a day in court. It's going to be in their database for a long time and affect their career a whole lot. Even they cannot have a chance to go to court. You know, just for example, you guys remember Dr. Rosie Villa-Gomez, a very young internal medicine doc many years ago, and she's so good for people in Guam. She had one lawsuit, which she won, but she's so frustrated, she moved off island. We lost a very good internal medicine doc. And that's what this bill gonna do, is that we're gonna lose a lot of physicians, and then you know, our people don't have no place to go. So the arbitration is a way to kind of filter out all the claim that is not valid. So that's the. But again, Bill 112 does not fix the problem. Okay, the problem is at GMH, just like David Lebowski, right? I mean, he got settled at GMH, and there's a cap to it. Okay, and the physician is not named. Okay, but the private clinic, if you look at the thing, there's not too many lawsuits for private clinic, guys. This bill excludes GovGuam facility, and Senator Talahi needs to understand it will affect the quality of care, but she approached it really a wrong way, because like I say, she doesn't fix a problem that they have. The GovGuam facility is excluded. It's not touched, it's untouched. But the private side bear the burden for that one. So I would say that if you want the bill to improve the quality of care, which it should be, and not just the cost of arbitration or cost of litigation, you have to get rid of Bill 112, sit down with the physician and talk to us in order to improve the quality of care. That's all we want, right? So I just really hope that we can sit down at a round table, but Bill 112 is not the solution. It's far from the solution. And the public hearing, to me, I don't think they should have anymore, because really, it's really not solve anything. You know, it's really a show, and it's a circuit, and that's a shame. You know, so I think that the true thing is to not have public hearing, but sit down and talk to the community, the healthcare provider, and come up with a solution.
Well, Doc, we had the speaker on earlier this morning, and she did say that they're planning on roundtable discussions with smaller panels to include healthcare professionals. Doc, we got to run, but it was really good to catch up with you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Doc.
Be safe. Okay?
Always. I'm still washing my hands, Doc.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, Doc. See you. There you go, Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group, also of American Medical Center. It's 9:18, quick break, and then Jason Salas is coming back with the Department of Agriculture right after this on The Link. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. Our friends from the Department of Agriculture are here. It's our roundtable. We're talking about whether or not there will be a roundtable for Bill 112. We got one right here, guys, and we are talking about all that's going on with our friends at Department of Ag. And I know Jane D is here, and you guys know Jane. She is the Hunter Education Coordinator, and basically the only people or the only creatures in nature that really aren't happy to see Jane in here are the pigs, because that when Jane's on the case, that means you're going to do some really awesome hunting. So, Jane, it has been far too long. So good to see you.
Hi, happy day. We're lucky that we had interns this past couple of weeks, and we're able to offer a Hunter Ed class. So they went through the whole curriculum, and we had about 12 interns last week take the class, and 3 of them opted to take the exam, and they passed. So they earned themselves a lifetime Hunter Education certification.
Very nice. May I ask, were any of them, did they have any hunting experience like already, or had they said, they've even secondarily, like, they've gone out with their uncles or their grandfathers or anything?
No, these are all new hunters, and today we're also hosting a second group, and no one has hunted before. So this is a great opportunity to increase information about hunter safety, but also natural resource management.
Very impressive. Well, Jane, thanks for what you do, man. We cannot wait until we are back in full swing and we can have some of those pork in the park and the open hunting festivities again. Because I always enjoy interviewing you about that because you're so positive and you want to get people not only hunting but hunting responsibly, hunting safely, and doing it the right way.
Yeah, so the good thing is we're trying to do an online program so we can get more people taking the class, and it's going to be free.
Very nice. Best 4-letter word in the English language.
Yeah.
Free right there. So.
Yeah, we're so excited.
Okay, so we have.
You know what?
Oops, go ahead, please.
Yeah. No, but we take the kids out on a skills trail, and so we have the cutouts of our boars, and they have to decide if they're going to shoot or not shoot, if it's a safe situation. So we do offer a hands-on, and then we also have the marksmanship practice with airsoft guns. So that's what they're doing for tomorrow's class.
Oh, very nice. Okay, there's about 1,000 Babui right now that are watching this on Facebook, and we know they are, that are just like they're shaking in their hoofs right now. But that's a good thing for our island community.
Yeah, so we're thankful for the interns who are very on task and they're so focused on learning the Hunter Ed curriculum.
Very nice. Okay, now I'm going to make maybe a naive assumption right now. Let's go to Chris Leon Guerrero. And of course, Chris is the with Agriculture Development Services. And Chris, might those be some of the interns you have with you right now?
Hi there. I have 2 interns with me. Want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Abby. Oh, I'm AJ.
Half a day, guys. Welcome to the link. We're happy to have you on the show. Yeah. So, Chris, what's their responsibility been, and how have they been, acclimated into the Department of Ag family to this point?
Basically, what we want them to do while they're here is just kind of absorb everything that they can with our agency, and we wanted to provide to these young adults very comprehensive learning experience here at the Department of Agriculture, so they kind of understand what we do and all the tasks that we're responsible for across all aspects of the island. But yeah, I hope that they're having fun. This is actually our second group, so they came from a previous another department previously. So the ones that I had for a few weeks, they switched off, and then so we have a new group with us here at ADS.
Very nice. Okay, now may I ask the two of you, how has your experience been so far? And you don't worry the fact that your supervisor is sitting right next to you and everything like that. How's it been?
We started off when we first got here. We started off in wildlife division. So we started off in the DAR department, which is the wildlife division. Yeah, which basically does wildlife and fisheries. So we got to soak up a lot of information and get a lot of experience from doing the things. We did a lot of fun stuff.
Very cool. All right. Well, it's going to be a real short summer, but I know we've got friends there, and I mean they are going to make it like an unbelievable, lifelong memories you guys are going to take away, and the education and the experience you guys are going to gather certainly is going to be very valuable. So thanks so much for jumping in here. Have fun this summer. Okay, I've got at least 2 guys here who are very, very knowledgeable about all things fishery. We have, of course, Frank Roberto. Frank, good to see you as always, bro. Yeah, and we've got Brent. Oh, of course. Oh, there's Brent. Brent Tibbetts has not been on the show in a minute and everything. So Brent, it's always a good time when you're here. So gentlemen, what are you guys working on right now as far as managing fisheries and informing Guam's fishing community and just making sure that we do things the right way?
I can go first. So in terms of the community, still working on the CARES Act funding or the CARES Act program. We are starting the second round, so you can come in and apply and register. It's going to be the same packet. And if you did register last year and you did apply last year, you can apply again this year. And this time you'll get a receipt, a physical receipt for proof of submission, so that we don't have any confusion this time around. So the deadline for that is August 30th.
Okay. Now, Guam's fishing community, Frank, is large enough, but at the same time at a scale where, you know, you guys can directly interact with each of them on a one-to-one basis and everything. Are you seeing enough of the fishing community, you know, apply for the relief and come out and, you know, interact with you guys on that level?
Yes, I feel like we do get like a certain portion of the fishing community, but there's also the fishing community that we can't reach because some of them aren't as tech savvy, or, you know, they don't even have an email address or even a phone. So we try to reach out to them by physically going to the beaches. It's usually led by Veronica, our program coordinator. So, you know, those who have relatives that have access to the technology to be able to contact us or interact with us digitally, then we get those. But as far as those more traditional fishermen that have just been fishing all their life and don't know anything else, that sometimes we can't even reach them, and sometimes they're the ones that need it the most.
All right, very well. Okay, so let's bring in Brent now, because Brent, I've interviewed you, you know, dozens of times over the years, you know, very fortunate to do so and everything. And it's kind of interesting how we had Jane in here because, you know, she's dealing with teaching people how to hunt the right way. People know you as, you know, basically Santa Claus whenever there's like a fishing event, and teaching young people how to fish, how to enjoy the ocean, but also, you know, how to make sure that we don't abuse the resources that, you know, that we enjoy as islanders. So you got to unmute, Brent. Yeah, your mic's muted right now, Brent. Brent, can you hear me? Your mic's muted right now. Unmute. No. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Hi, Brent.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly. 5 by 5. Yes. So what? Yeah. So what are you working on right now again? Because like I said, you know, like so much of what you've done has been like community outreach and everything. So hopefully we'll get there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what do you got going on, Brent?
Okay. We have our kids fishing derbies coming up in August of this summer. We're going to be holding 2 derbies as normal, but they're going to be a little different this year. The first derby is going to be for children ages 7 to 12, and that's happening on August 14th, Saturday, August 14th. The second derby, which will be happening on Saturday, August 28th, is for older children, kids ages 13 to 16. All of the other rules will be the same as previous year's derbies, and we'll have those available, but we will be holding 2 different age class derbies this year. Now, in previous years, we've had a clinic to teach kids how to cast, how to tie knots, some fishing safety, and the rules of the derbies. We are going to have a clinic this year as well, but we're just having one clinic before both derbies. The fishing derbies clinic will be on Saturday, August 7th. And that will be at the Manilao baseball field, 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday the 7th. The 2 derbies we're having for the kids are going to be in Assen or in the Pacific Park on Saturday the 14th and Saturday the 28th, and those go from about 7:30 in the morning until usually after fishing is done, prizes are done, everything about noon is the end of those derbies.
All right, very cool. All right, well, best of luck with that, man. Fitting you say derby. We had the home run derby yesterday, and we got the fishing derby coming up. So like I'm loving it. Okay, so let's go to Christopher Rosario now. Chris, when last we spoke, you were talking about all the wonderful things that are going on, and possibly even some research within the region about bees, right?
Yes, actually. And so in fact, last week, I actually visited Saipan and tried to do a little bit of outreach out there. But mainly to look at what is potentially affecting the bees in Saipan. And this is actually what I found here. So I'm going to play a small clip of what I found. So this is actually the mite that's affecting the bees all over the world.
Ooh.
It's responsible for killing a lot of the bees. But in Saipan, despite they have the parasite, it's actually the bees are tolerating it. So maybe perhaps the bees there are maybe resistant to the viruses that the mite is giving off, but there's like so much work that needs to be done here in this region. But this is again a parasite of a honeybee, we don't have this on Guam. We haven't seen it on Guam since 2017. So we're actually hoping to do more work in the CNMI, and we want to make sure too that we're not bringing bees in from Hawaii or from the CNMI, and which is why, again, me being at the biosecurity department really helps prevent any of these pests and parasites on our developing honeybee industry for Guam.
Yeah, you talked about it last time, like I said, real quickly, and like there is the great potential for honeybees to, like have great commercial applicability here and everything like that. But obviously we want to keep invasive species out so it doesn't, wreck that industry
So
before it even gets off the ground.
Yeah, exactly. And this is actually an invasive pest. We don't want to get any more of these mites coming into our region. It is on Saipan, but also the more interesting part is that the bees are actually tolerating this mite. So who knows? We may have super queens that we could potentially export someday. But again, it's present. It's present here in our region.
That's fascinating stuff. Tell you what, yeah, I'm gonna hit you up on the side, Chris, because we want to do a real in-depth report on this, because this is really, really interesting stuff. But until then, I'm gonna go to the other Chris. Christine Farron, who's been blowing up the chat here on Zoom, because she goes, God, I love our group chats with everybody being out of sync. So now, the boss. I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire, Chris. So of course, primarily you deal with forestry. As you've moved up the ranks there at Department of Ag and everything. But real quickly, can you explain these damn gnats that are coming out after it rains all over the grass and everything?
Why would you ask me about gnats?
No, these gnats are all over. Or okay, so maybe even you and Anthony can.
That question back to biosecurity.
Yeah, maybe or even Anthony, could you even jump on that? Because I know Anthony's with Anthony deals with biology, right?
Anthony's one of the wildlife biologists. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Anthony, do you have any reason for? Is it just because of the rain and these black gnats? And I mean, they're all over the place. I mean, they get in your eyes, they get in your nose, and
it could be the rain, and that's when they say it's the beginning of the rainy season. But we're also historically we see all these influxes of insects because there are no birds, insectivorous birds, or not enough of them eating these insects.
Yeah, part of it is also the response to the changes in the from the climate going from dry to wet. So if it gets more moist, more humid, the insects come out. I mean, it's the same thing, same pattern with with bees and hornets. Hornet season is also up and right. I just confirmed two recent hornet sightings just this past week, and for 3 months prior, I haven't seen any hornet nests. Now that we're seeing them come out, and again, it's just the response of the changes from dry to wet, and the same thing when it comes from December to January. It goes from wet to dry. You're gonna see those changes. You see the butterflies all of a sudden coming out.
So basically, and if it is in fact seasonal, then not unexpected to some degree, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So now let's go to Christine. Christine, apologies. I don't want to. I don't want to tell you to stay in your lane, but I want to make sure that we can talk about like things that you're familiar. I know she's gonna get on me later on. I'm gonna get an email. Hey, why are you asking me about gnats? So as far as forestry, what have you guys got?
So yesterday, actually, we launched a tree pruning workshop, and so I had offered 2 of them this week, but we filled all up from the first day with all participants. So yesterday we had DPR, Department of Public Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Power Authority joined us. We did send an invite to GDOE, but they may not have had anyone available to send this round. And we'll have one for the Mayor's Council later. There's just so many of them that we needed to have, they had to have their own training. So what they did was the 17 individuals from these agencies showed up, and we went through the good cut, bad cut, and basically it's a refresher workshop because we're moving into school's going to start next month. A lot of tree pruning requests, even tree removal requests are starting to pour in. So we wanted to make sure anyone who's having contact with these requests or trees are making the best management prescriptions per the request. So they came in, good cut, bad cut, and a reminder that a well-pruned tree is a safer and healthier tree. A badly cut tree, I'm not even saying pruning, but a badly cut tree is a safety risk. Anytime you touch that tree and you make a cut on it, there's a potential for tree failure. And so that was the take-home message for everyone who participated. Be more aware of the cuts and make sure that they're proper pruning cuts. So it was a great workshop.
So Christine, can you give me maybe like the Cliff Notes version, like real summarized version, like how, for the layman, someone like myself, right? How do you tell the difference between a properly pruned tree and one that was like done haphazardly?
Okay, simple. Topping trees. You know, we've all seen them. Drive down Marine Corps Drive, and you'll take a look around the coastline, and very famous, you'll hit several locations where trees have been just completely topped with, you know, no regard for proper branching and an actual strategic removal. It was just, this tree is touching the lines or blocking the view, and it's topped. That right there already compromises the tree's structure and stability and will increase the tree's potential for failure. So meaning rotting at all those points where it had been cut and exposed to the elements, you can have potential for fungus or for rotting and decay. And so that is not a proper pruning method. Proper pruning method is selection of branches, strategic selection for removal for a common goal, right?
Okay.
And many times the goal is just for clearance. We need to have vehicles be able to pass under that tree. And if we make those proper cuts early on, we can have beautiful, big, healthy trees. And so this is one workshop along a course of several that are coming up this year that will also certify individuals coming in and participating. And it'll be free.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I guess overall, overall, we got to let you guys go. But what I'm hearing here from our friends at Department of Ag is across the agency, you guys, I'm hearing, you know, like words like, you know, outreach, engagement with the community, workshops, relief, and everything like that. So you are starting to get back to that point when you can directly interact with, you know, with consumers, with people who have inquiries and everything like that. And that's a fantastic thing to see. But I know you guys, probably more than anybody, are really also advocating that we as a community stay safe, and we got to keep doing what we're doing.
Yep. And don't forget, you know, it's Liberation Day next week. So we have the Island Beautification Task Force and Department of Agriculture and various partners getting together for cleanups. And July 24th, we have a tree planting, which we're launching our first big one for the season. 2,000 trees for our Osgoodall plantation. And then, again, it's in partnership with the IBTF Liberation Day celebration.
Well, we will be there when you guys are planting trees, because that's always a good live stream. We wouldn't miss it for the world. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, have a fantastic day, guys. All right. Please stay tuned to the link, everybody, because when we come back, we talk to our friends at Guam Windward Memorial about how they are helping you and I to cope with grief. That's coming up after this.
The relationship between all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilohan for Haan and Minagov, a great date to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food the Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your coworkers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
All right, we are back, everybody. Welcome back to the show, The Link, on a Wednesday morning here. We're going to bring in a new guest to the show, but certainly somebody who you and your family would probably want to reach out and talk to, because she certainly wants to help you through some very, very tough times. And, you know, each and every one of us experiences grief to some scale, to some scope, and, you know, typically it can be a very, very personal thing. But with friends like Maisie Ferreras with Guam Windward Memorial, they certainly are trained and ready to help you through this. So Maisie Hafade, welcome to the show. We're glad to have you.
Hi, Hafade. Thanks for having me. Excited
Hi.
to be here.
Now, I was talking to you in the commercial break and everything, and, you know, naively, including me, you think of Guam Windward Memorial, and it's this beautiful, picturesque, you know, memorial park, and it's like, okay, well, if I would like to, you know, find a final resting place for one of my loved ones, you know, someplace that they're going to spend essentially like eternity, right? It's a wonderful facility, but you guys also have these services that you use to help, you know, those left behind and those who carry on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we really pride ourselves in our value-added services, and a lot of them are, you don't have to be our client to avail, but our grief support system is actually one of them. So I think there's such a common misconception of grief that you experience grief only when you lose a loved one. And obviously that's true. But grief is just the loss of any kind and experiencing a break in routine and system. So it's the loss of any kind. So it can be financial loss, it could be the loss of a friendship, it could be the loss of bodily ability. You know, I broke my ankle last summer and I was really grieving.
Yeah.
You have to rely on people for everything, you know, to get around. So, and that's what grief is. And we're really looking to reach out to our community and let them know that this service is available. Grief support is available for them for free. And, you know, we're so much more than a memorial park. We want to be in touch with our community and their needs.
Now, Maisie, I dealt with like grief. If I can contextualize like a little bit, I dealt with grief when I had I lost my father, my grandfather, and my grandmother within a span of like 18 months, and that was a really hard year and a half. And talking to like a bunch of people, I learned that it really helps to have a lot of people with whom you can commiserate and just like share stories. And a lot of it was just like, okay, it's really best not to deal with this on your own because you may internalize or you may push it away or just say I'll deal with it later. But then also the empathy of knowing that like the things that I was feeling and the confusion and the anger and everything isn't the thing that like 10 million people before me and 10 million people after me haven't already felt and everything. So that sense of community was very comforting to me.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and sometimes community is always great, but sometimes people need someone outside of their community. Just because sometimes it can be hard to share what we're feeling and what we're dealing with. I know in Chamorro culture in general, we are a very strong, resilient people. And, you know, that is a great great characteristic to have, but sometimes that can do a disservice in the grieving process because we associate strength with never having to ask for help. Right?
The guys have to be tougher and the older ones have to be tougher and they can't show any emotion and the whole stiff upper lip thing and all that. Yeah.
And
I know what that's about.
You know, just something our family is going through now is that my grandma, an amazing, strong, resilient woman, she's 88. She loves to garden, but she's a lot older now. She was bush cutting when she was like 60. We were like, no, you can't do that. We had to hide the bush cutter from her, but she really takes pride in gardening. And now she has loss of physical ability, you know, just because she's older and slower, moves slower, walks slower, and she's really having a hard time of not being able to be active. But so, you know, we want to educate our community and say, you know, this is a real life scenario. It doesn't have to be just losing somebody. So if you know somebody that's dealing with loss as simple as that, you know, loss as it's not maybe somebody passed away, it can be, but, you know, it could be as simple as my grandma's really having a hard time, you know, navigating through this new lifestyle. You know, send them our way. We would love to absolutely help. We have free handouts. We have one-on-one grief support. We also have a grief live stream. We have a grief support group on Facebook. So all this good stuff.
That being the case, Maisie, I like how you kind of like use that illustration because like you said, loss of life tends to be like the most extreme and maybe the most obvious that people think about, but it may be I'm going through a divorce. I didn't get into the university that I wanted to get into. So now I'm really down on myself. You know, my friends left. And so like, I feel alone. I'm still dealing with stuff from 2020 and coronavirus and everything like that. Your organization at Guam Whitmer Memorial, you guys, as I said, you know, stand ready to handle like all of those types of things. But also at the same time, I know some people, it's a weird psychosis you go through because you think, oh, okay, I didn't ace this test and yet I'm feeling bad. I shouldn't feel as bad as my cousin who just got divorced last week. And then you start to get in, you know, you get this compounded thing and you get inside your own head. But certainly they can come to you and they can work through that, right?
Yeah, it's working through that because, you know, I see this a lot in working with people of, oh, my loss isn't as great as their loss.
Exactly.
You know, but maybe your whole life was dedicated to wanting to be a doctor since you were 6 and, you know, you didn't get into the university that you wanted. And, you know, so that this test or whatever it was defined the rest of your life. And so maybe it wasn't, you're thinking, oh, well, this is not the end of the world. I'll just suppress it. But it may have been a big impact on your world, what makes your world.
Yeah. So, okay. So now my most obvious question is, if I would like to do this because I know I want to get, you know, my head straight, I want to get my heart straight, and I want to get like back on track and, you know, continue to help my community and everything, what am I going to have to do to avail these services and how much?
Oh, so this is actually a free service that we offer to our community. You don't have to be a client here, so we love that. So no cost, no charge. We just want to do this for our community. We know that 2020 was a rough year for a lot of people.
You probably
so,
got a fair
know,
amount of work yourself these days, I would assume.
Yep. So, we want to be a service to our community. And so if you would like to avail of this or inquire, you can call me. My number is 688-6371, or send me an email, and I'll post my email in the comments below. But you can, again, call me at that 688-6371.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also send us a message. We have a Facebook account, or we have a Facebook page. We have a website, so you can also send us a message on those platforms as well.
All right, now that we're turning the corner talking about grief, because I couldn't handle this, I'd be over here sobbing. Serious. Let's talk about something.
It's all right for men to cry, man.
I know.
That's what I learned from my own bout with grief too.
It is.
There's no shame in men.
Real men cry, guys.
Yeah.
Real men. That was Finn and Denny in my eye. Maisie, so something a little more sunny and bright here is that we are so excited to launch with Guam Windward Memorial. You ready, Jay? $1,000 grocery giveaway right here on the link. Boom.
That's definitely going to get people past the hump for a lot of things. I would.
Right, and so.
Yeah, and we're doing this grocery giveaway because we also want to be sensitive to other needs, right? So we realize that there are emotional needs that our community has, but there's also financial needs. With the pandemic, we've seen a loss of income. It's been a struggle for people to get back on their feet. And we see, the mayor's offices have done a great job in gathering their communities, but we decided on our end to really reach our community, we are going to do $1,000 grocery giveaway. And so I have my bigger list here. All you need to do to enter this is a raffle. So we're giving a total of $1,000 away. This will be broken up into 10 prizes, so $100 each. Just hashtag GWM grocery giveaway, like and share this video, and then tag Guam Windward Memorial and tag 3 friends. But here's the reason why I want you to tag 3 friends. We have a super cute member of our team. Let me get him right here. So this is Teddy.
Hey, wow.
No, you didn't.
Here's your TV debut. But so Teddy is training to be our grief support dog. So we are really excited to offer him and service to our community. He's only about 4 months old, so he has a little ways to go. So when you tag 3 friends that you think would like to meet Teddy. So.
Can you show us the animal, please? Get a little closer.
Wait, yeah, what breed is Teddy?
So he is a toy poodle.
Oh my goodness.
I was gonna say, is that a Labradoodle?
No, he's a toy poodle. So
Wow.
we're really excited. We know that this is something different from Guam, and we want to be different. We want to just give the community as many options as possible. So he's our little.
Can you lift his bangs or the bangs away from the eyes?
Oh, he needs a haircut.
No. I gotta say, Maisie, you're actually giving Sabrina here a little bit of grieving because she's sad that she can't bring Teddy home with her now.
Yeah, Bree's a poodle-y type of gal.
I'm a little toy dog.
Yeah, she likes the little dogs.
Yeah.
No, bring the dog back.
Teddy is going to break the internet, you guys.
I'm grieving. I miss the dog.
Yeah, so tag 3 friends that you think would like to avail of our services, or tag 3 friends that you think will like to meet the newest member of our team. So we're looking forward to hearing from our
There you
community.
go. So go like Guam Windward Memorial on Facebook, and then share this video, tag 3 of your friends, and you could win a $100 gift certificate to Cost You Less.
Yep, it's cost you less. And so 10 winners. 10 winners, so we're really excited about that.
Nice. There you
Yeah.
go.
Thank you for your
so total of
generosity
$1,000.
and for your. I mean, it all comes down to being compassionate and helping people that really need to get back on track, and
Yep, definitely.
that's heroic. Yeah.
That is. Amen. Maisie, and I think that's it. We're gonna let you go play with the dog.
All right. All right. No complaints.
Can we get
there.
one more shot at Teddy? As we close it. Oh,
Sure.
here he comes.
Come on, Ted.
Ah. That's the way we want to end the show, guys.
All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Maisie, take care.
See you.
Have
Bye.
a fantastic
Take
Wednesday.
care.
Right on. That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, so 10 $100 winners for Guam Windward Memorial's $1,000 grocery giveaway.
And if you are feeling bad in any capacity, no shame. Just give Maisie a call, like she said.
Yep.
They're standing ready. They know what they're doing, and they want to help you. But real quick, we want to say that was, of course, The Greater Good, which we do each and every Wednesday here on The Link. And The Greater Good is brought to you by Jay Goodman, who has quality products, the best customer support, and outstanding, best-in-class friendly service. You can order online 24 hours a day at GuamGoodman.com. They have in-person pickup services as well as free delivery if you are on Guam. Order with confidence, because that is the Jay Goodman way. And, of course, our new friends at Guam Windward Memorial, including Maisie and Teddy, because love, as they say, is everlasting. And once again, if you would like to schedule some time with Maisie, completely confidential, and again, she's ready to help you and she wants to, or schedule a tour of Guam Windward Memorial if you are in need of a memorial plot, please give her a call. Their number is 688-6371. That's 688-6371 for Maisie, Guam Windward Memorial, and Teddy. And that was The Greater Good.
Right on. Thank you very much, Jay. It is 10 o'clock to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for watching. All right. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Thank you. Good job today, Jay, as always, my friend.
Good working with you guys, man.
Yeah, always working with the best. You're working with Jason Solis. KUAM TV, my name's Chris. It's been great. Hasta. Adios!
Happy Wednesday. Good luck to you guys and Vax to win.
Friday is back. You order a chicken fries. You say, I love BK chicken fries. And they're going to give you another one just like that. It's Cover Me this morning with our gang, si Joe Garrido.
Respeto e sai
sa moro, mga manafalingu, irispeton, gisainan. Attending mo na eskwelahan medyo sa linanan, magugos makakitan mo ta. Ekumo, dan kan manos iisainan medyo ni maestra, dan ni maestro. Kultura tagof importante, mo nasyalite. Kita mga mana falingu kutegi todo muna pamaguon itano zata songan todo fanogit sa moru. Mo nasyalitewo ilengwa kita mga mana palingu kutegi todo muna pamaguon itano zata songan todo fanogit sa moru inasensya. Todos hina closing tao diretso ta at suhat tagagaw pamaguon nakitwi mo na ihinengin mizu tay kulturata na onra todo itempo kulturata gofim importante, mo nasyalitewo ilengwa kita mga mana falingu kutegi todo muna pamaguon itano natasongan todo fanogit sa moru. Songan todos fanogit sa moru. Songan todos fanogit sa moru.